Check, 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 check. Hello, check, 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 check.
Hi, good morning.
Hello, sir.
Hi,
Uh,
good morning,
yes,
everyone.
yes, sir. Your voice is clear, sir.
Clear?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
At what time should I join?
Just a minute, sir. Yeah, just I'm checking.
Shall I log out
sir,
now and join again?
10:30. 10:30, sir.
Okay, I'll be there at 10:30.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me? Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Is that all right? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
It's okay.
And please switch on your video just to check.
Yeah, okay. Is that all right?
Yeah. 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 It's perfect.
Okay, great.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. So I'll log out now.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
I'll just
Yeah.
keep it on. It doesn't matter. I'll just stop. I'll just keep it on. Doesn't matter. I'll just
Okay.
stop
Okay.
the video and the mic. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think it is important that we start our program on time. And as a result, I would request all the distinguished delegates who are outside. You can carry your tea, coffee inside, but I would request all of you to come inside the hall. We are going to start the program in the next 5 minutes. So may I request all of you to please join us in the hall itself. Good morning. May I request all of you to kindly settle down? We are about to start our program. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, I think the ICC annual flagship event on tourism and hospitality sector is back in its physical mode after 2.5 years, where we really couldn't interact with each other. But however, we had conducted this program on the virtual mode, but we are extremely happy to come back in the physical mode. And I would like to thank each one of you for your participation in this particular event. So without further delay, may I request the honored dignitaries for the inaugural session to kindly join us on the head table. Mr. Chandar Manshramani, Chairman, ICC Tourism National Expert Committee. Sir, can we have you on the head table? Professor Sutishna Babu from IITTM. Dr. Babu, can we have you at the head table? Dr. Rajiv Singh, Director General, Indian Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Nitin Kumar Dwivedi from Department of Tourism, UP. Can we have you on the head table, please? We will soon be joined by Dr. Subarna Bose from IIHM. He is on his way. And our Honorable MIC, Department of Tourism, Government of West Bengal, will also be joining us very shortly. And we have two very prominent speakers in the tourism fraternity, Ms. Jyoti Mayal and Mr. Amrish Tiwari. Ms. Jyoti Mayal is Chairperson, Tourism and Hospitality Skill Council. That is one of the hats she dons. She actually has so many affiliations and holds so many positions. So this is one of the very important positions that she holds. And we have Mr. Amrish Tiwari, Vice Chairman of ICPB, India Convention Promotion Bureau. He will also join us on the virtual mode. So without much delay, may I request Dr. Singh to kindly deliver the welcome remarks.
Good morning. On behalf of ICC, it's my pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to you. Especially the travel event which we are holding today. I think it's happening after a long gap because during COVID, we could only interact virtually. But we are meeting at a time when things are really looking up, brighter, and tourism sector is really experiencing growth in the domestic market. We were just discussing on that. And that is the way ahead. Tourism, as we all know, because everybody in this room is having some stake in the space. So I need not preach you, need not tell you how important the tourism sector is. But just to emphasize on a few points, tourism, as we know, is a huge multiplier. It not only means that this is an important sector where you create wealth, you generate employment, but tourism also has a huge impact on various sectors which are associated with it. One of the things is it supports the local economy in terms of the local entrepreneurs. the self-help groups, the local products. It also supports the service economy, which is transport, services in terms of travel, in terms of food, several others. So tourism has been a priority, and people have been complaining and saying that India only attracts so many travelers while we send so many travelers abroad every year. So why things are not happening and why India is not able to. But I think what we have seen is incremental development, incremental growth. And of late, you see things taking a very positive shape with the Udan scheme, connecting you with the smaller towns, smaller clusters where you have a lot of avenues. Regions like Northeast are now opening up because Northeast has plenty to offer. Also, COVID has changed the entire outlook towards how people look at life, how people look at their work, and how people want to, and also how people look at tourism. I think the weekend getaways are really in great demand, and especially during COVID, you have seen. Many economies, including India, talk about employment challenges. Many countries publish employment numbers. India also does that partially. But tourism again has potential to employ gainfully a huge workforce. But it's really an irony that on one side you have the sector demanding and needing so many people with right kind of skills. On the other side, you have so many people aspiring to get a job, and probably what they need is right kind of skills. So we also have some people here, some experts who deal with the skill space per se, and who will be talking about how the sector skill councils, how the industry is looking at developing people, imparting skills, and ultimately leading to employment. So these are some of the themes broadly. One is the policy framework, because policies again play a very important role, whether these are central or state. What many people say, and especially it's a very common thing in IT. People say IT grew because government was not there. I can say this before Honorable Minister joins. But I think any sector, the sectors which are highly regulated, government is looking at making the entire regulatory framework much more friendlier. There was a study last year which said the title was Jailed for Doing Business. And one of the estimate was that any company which has pan-India operations, has operation in all the states, they have to do 60,000 compliances every year. So 60,000 compliances for a company, even if you are operating at the, let's say, a state level, you still have to comply with few thousand compliances. That's a big number. But I think government is working on it, and they are trying to cut down on compliances, and they are trying to give a very favorable regulatory framework. It's not an easy task. It's a process. It's about changing the laws. It's about changing the laws which have been in practice for decades. But that's happening. So tourism also needs a policy framework which is supportive, not really regulating, but setting some standards, setting basic standards, defining the quality, ensuring that tourism is sustainable. It provides right kind of experience with transparency and accountability towards the society, towards entire environment, and of course to the travelers. So that is about policy framework, and we as a community, we have to continuously engage with the government at various levels and ensure that a right kind of policy framework is put in place. Because policy should only act as enablers, but after all, it's the people in this room who run the sector, who basically drive, who make investments, and who provide all the services which we are referring to. Another key pillar is infrastructure. So there again, government has a role to play, providing the connectivity, providing the core infra. But then, of course, private investors have to invest, whether it is hotels, restaurants, any kind of facilities. Another pillar, of course, is the HR people. So there again, as I said, there is huge demand and there is huge gap in terms of people needed with the right kind of skills. So these are some of the things. The rest you will hear from the experts. I would once again like to welcome our eminent guests, including our chairman on the dais. And we also have Professor Sutishna Babu, who represents Ministry of Tourism here and represent IITM. We also have Government of UP, who is part of the panel. We are also happy to have you with us. We will also be having Ms. Jyoti Mayal. She'll be joining virtually. So warm welcome to her also. I hope she is listening to us. A warm welcome to Mr. Amresh Tiwari, and Dr. Suvarna Bose will be joining us soon. So once again, warm welcome to you all, and I'm sure there would be takeaways. Please actively participate, and I'm sure the kind of experts and the kind of lineup of speakers what we have, there will be definite takeaways. So please participate, interact, network. That's why we are here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. I think before I call on our chairman, just a few things that I would want to share with all of you, ladies and gentlemen, is that this year's Travel India, over a period of 2 days, we have tried to specifically focus on areas which are very, very important in the tourism sector, I would say post-COVID. One of them is, of course, skilling. One is sustainable tourism. Third, of course, very important for East and Northeast India is the role of MICE tourism, because there are so many facilities, convention centers, which have opened up in the last few years in Kolkata and in other cities of East and Northeast India. I think, and with travel restrictions really easing out, I think we can expect more and more MICE tourism to prosper in this part of the country. So that is another theme that we have chosen. And last but not the least, I think we have tried to talk about domestic tourism, which is definitely of high priority in these times. So, and also, I would like to really extend warm thanks to all our partners who have made this event possible. First and foremost, the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, for their support. Our host state, West Bengal government, Department of Tourism, the state government of UP, who have joined in as our partner state, Ambuja Neothia Group, a very, very old and established corporate in tourism sector, and Bamal Lorry, who have also got a huge travel wing. And last but not the least, Alpcord Tourism Services. So they have all come together, supported this initiative. So thank you very much. With this, I would request Mr. Chandar Manshramani, Chairman of ICC National Tourism Committee, for his theme address. Just to introduce Mr. Manshramani, he has been an erstwhile Vice Chairman of ICPB. He has been a part of Faith, IATO, and very many other national tourism associations across the country and at absolutely the senior most level. So, Mr. Manshramani, for your kind address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to be present here today amongst all of you, the captains of the tourism industry. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Babul Supriya, who will be coming in shortly, and Mr. Nitin Kumar Trivedi, who is here with us, and Mr. Subhadra Bose also will be joining us very shortly. Mr. Sudharman Babu, the knowledge partner with IITTM, and Mr. Rajiv Singh, the Director General of ICC. On behalf of ICC, I would like to thank each one of you for your presence today. I'd like to also take this opportunity to convey our sincere thanks to the sponsors and all the stakeholders for their open support. Travel India, a flagship event of Indian Chamber of Commerce, which is, as you all know, only chamber, National Chamber of Commerce, and is one of the most proactive, forward-looking chamber in the country today. The prime focus of ICC is to have a strong voice for policy advocacy with all stakeholders on economic and social impact. The objective of Travel India 2023 is to deliberate on the opportunities and challenges, and also on important predictions and recommendations in various parts of the world for 2023. Friends, tourism in India is poised to grow. Over the years, business tourism has taken a lead in growing because of the rising economy. Importance of region, India's selling performance in the area of IT, biochemistry, medicine, as well as the manufacturing has made economy a hotspot. And of course, the recent initiative taken by the Ministry of Tourism in development of infrastructure. We in tourism industry strongly believe MICE is not an industry, it is an economic activity. The estimated global market size of MICE in the excess of $808 billion, which is going to touch down to 1,200 billions in 5 years from now. The estimated market size of MICE in India is 38,000 crores, in which nearly 65% are B2B events. We need to figure out what we do next. What is the direction state and central government and industry initiate, and how ICC can play a proactive role in achieving the goal. Media has to play a very constructive role in changing the perception about the lack of infrastructure in India. As per ICCA, which is a world body of large association, according to them, 86% of the conferences held throughout the world have less than 1,000 delegates, for which India has an excellent facilities in major cities in India. In synergy with the convention business, the Indian exhibition industry has also grown significantly over the past decade and is creating a positive impact for both private and public sector. According to the report, the industry contributes around 254 billion to the economy, which 39.5 billion is a direct contribution by the exhibition industry towards the rental and services. The industry provides an indirect impact of 214 billion via expenditures towards accommodation and travel. It also plays an important role for the SMEs, which is expected to be around 25.8 billion market for emerging technologies by 2024. The exhibitions are the most effective marketing tool for SMEs. Sector participating in a large trade shows can be expenses for small unit, and it's important to take due diligence to plan the cost and the marketing the trade shows. Sustainability is another area which is important today. We need to deliberate why sustainability is important. According to the Global Footprints Network, the world population is overstepping itself in the use of earth biocapacity. We need to deliberate How can we have a tourism industry leaders to develop such plans to drive economic growth? And what should be the role of destination and stakeholders within the destination, cooperating and networking to improve environmental performances and on generating green image? Another area we need to deliberate, which is a need of the hour, is in keeping in view that tourism was the most affected industry during the COVID period. We need to have crisis management policy to be created. Our commitment to the world in the time of crisis with a strong communication and credibility should be developed. Travel India 23 is a very encouraging for us in ICC. It's happening after 3 years, and more significant is the presence of prominent heads of associations and professionals from various fields to deliberate and exchange views on various aspects of tourism and travel, apart from deliberating on opportunities and challenges in increasing the foreign travel arrival in the country. With rising economy, 3 areas which I would like to highlight. The one is contribution of India's GDP is 16.91 lakhs crores, that is around 9.2% of GDP. Job supported 45 million, that is 8% of the total employment in India today. Is the third largest foreign exchange earner in India. The above figure shows how important the tourism is. To move forward, we must have an overall vision and goal for the next 5 years. Sorry. Some of the specifics we in ICC would like to deliberate with the Ministry of Tourism is one is the mapping of sustainable MICE future in India, promotion of marketing plan in increasing the visibility of Indian tourism sector in India and abroad, develop a comprehensive range of multimedia presentations, advertisements for the print and electronic media involving all stakeholders, to work with the Ministry of Civil Aviation, airline sectors for connectivity of important destinations with international and domestic source market. Facilitating creation of hotel rooms under the various segment of hospitality sector and making effort for various incentive to develop accommodation infrastructures. Ladies and gentlemen, the next 2 days, all of you are not only have the opportunity of networking, but the business session with the prominent industry professionals sharing their experience will be highlight of the events. On behalf of ICC, I wish Travel India 23 a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Manshramani. I would now like to move on with our first virtual speaker for today's morning, Ms. Jyoti Mayal. So, good morning, ma'am, and I hope things are better at your end. And I think we were waiting to have you in Kolkata, but unfortunate. But can we have you virtually, and can I request you for your kind address? Ma'am, you need to unmute yourself.
Okay, yeah, now I'm okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, thank you once again, Mr. Bodhistha, for actually inviting me. And yes, it's my great loss that I couldn't be there in person to meet each one of you, which would have really been the star point of today and tomorrow. Well, my loss surely. So not taking much of your time, I'll just like to say good morning, Kolkata, friends, colleagues of the industry. I really appreciate Dr. Rajiv Singh, DG ICC, Chandra Manshramani, a dear friend, Chairman ICC National Tourism Expert Committee, honorable dignitaries on the dais and virtual platform for organizing this really knowledge-driven conference while I was looking at the entire program and the expo on travel and tourism. What a pleasure indeed to be here. The sweetest state of India, which we all say, and we all know. There's no way that it comes out only from me. I think everyone emphasizes on that. So just to speak a little bit, I've been given 10 minutes and I would love to share my thoughts on it. So Ibn Battuta once rightly said, traveling, it leaves you speechless and then turns you into a storyteller. And I think that's what we are. And I heard Chandar speak and, say what we are wanting, what we are not wanting, what we should be. But I think we all need to just turn into be storytellers to sell our own country, our own ways of working. I'd like to share my thoughts with you all for all these years in tourism, what it has taught me. This experience that one gathers while traveling is not something you find in a book, nor is it something that you can learn by heart and then come and recite it in front of an audience, an august audience like yours. I think tourism is all about experience, the most intangible experience of sorts. One that perhaps you would have undergone while traveling, and now you're ready to share with your clients and consumers. Tourism is a vibrant and ever-evolving sector, predicted to become a $1.5 trillion industry by 2027, which is not far away, which also possesses some unique challenges that keep altering with time. Just like one monument may mean different things to different people, tourism too means different things to different individuals. Some look for technology in tourism, some look for income. For many, it's a source of employment, and some others, a field of comfort. And then there are some like me, for whom tourism is a passion. I think it's a religion. While I've been associated with tourism for close to 4 decades now, it is only recently that tourism has started getting its fair share of prominence. Had we received this attention earlier, we would have been a mature destination and the largest tourism hub by now for inbound and transit travelers. Still, like I always say, better late than never, especially in the light of our Honorable Prime Minister giving so much emphasis on the 3 T's, trade, tourism, and technology, and acknowledging them as the pillars of strength. I think that's the first step forward. Tourism reconnects all markets with open policies for people to travel abroad and within your own country. While highlighting tourism, we have to look for innovative ways of marketing our product. We must not only offer services that are available with us, but also what the tourist needs. Tourism development is always associated with economy, culture, history, national traditions, country, and people in relevance with environmental and nature protection, which is why India is celebrating the Visit India year in 2023 and focusing on intense on-site promotions. I strongly feel that India tourism development must focus on professionalism, modernization, and diversification with the sole aim of preserving Indian identities, strengthening regional linkages, international cooperation, and connecting tourism with other sectors in the value chain to create diversified tourism products such as eco, adventure, resort, medical, culinary, and green tourism. And like Chandar was saying, MICE, they should all be on a roadmap for boosting tourism. We must maintain political stability, social order, and safety to become a safe, friendly, attractive, humane, and favorable destination to satisfy visitors with a warm welcome to Atithi Deva Bhava. There is a need to improve, certainly, because tourism is all about competitiveness. We need to make tourists come back to India, remember the country, and want to keep coming back, as well as inspire others to visit. India should join and propose the initiative to form tourism cooperation groups among countries in ASEAN and Asia-Pacific regions, while promoting the role of Indian representative agencies abroad, as well as Indian organizations, individuals, and diplomatic channels to develop tourism. I think one order is the need of the hour. I would also say that for those involved in the business of tourism, especially in India, tourism is not just an activity. Rather, it's an enriching and energizing movement. Tourism is an important industry and is regarded as multi-segmented industry because it involves varied activities, such as developing infrastructure, marketing activities, and so on. Our Indian states have a great tourism potential, and so does West Bengal and the Northeast, and we provide immense business opportunities. The states have their uniqueness and bestowed with unique, not only the cultural heritage, wildlife, sanctuaries, and rich forests, but much more and beyond. India is a land of opportunities and tourism. And here are just a few facts that I think we need to just remember that, to validate my theory. India is the largest employment, like Chandar said, employment of generation sector in the world. 1 out of 9 jobs are generated in tourism. India accounted for 12.75% direct and indirect jobs in the country. India has 74% Himalayan mountains, 7,500-kilometer coastline, only living desert in the world. India is the birthplace of 4 religions in the world. And also 38 World Heritage Sites are located in India, of which 30 are cultural, 7 are natural, and one is a mixed site. 10 biogeographical zones and 26 biotech provinces are located in India and has the 6th largest number of World Heritage Sites in the world. We really don't know our own importance and the relevance India offers. So thus the emphasis should be on positioning the tourism sector as a major engine of economic growth, focusing domestic tourism as the major driver of tourism growth also, because we've seen that 2.32 billion domestic tourist visits were made to states in 2019. To acknowledge the critical role of the private sector, with the government working as a proactive facilitator and catalyst, creating and developing integrated tourism circuits on the basis of a unique civilization, heritage, and culture of India, in partnership with state governments, private sectors, and other agencies. To bring to light, here are some challenges that I feel that inbound tourism sector in India is facing right now. A cumbersome process for visa facility, low awareness, limited entry on e-visa, infrastructure and the last mile connectivity, skills upgradation, stereotyped tourism circus, insignificant advertisement and marketing, safety, sanitation and health, access to correct information, environmental damage which is happening. As president of CHAI, chairperson of THSC, vice chairperson of FAITH, and keeping my association with other important organizations like ICC and platforms, along with my varied experience, I truly believe that travel and tourism is the most prosperous sector going forward. India is a country driven by youth, and in future, millennials and Gen Z will be the new drivers of the travel segment, with virtual reality, sustainability, contactless travel, and staycations as the ruling new and recurring trends. And I would also say that the value chain of growth as adventure, wellness, leisure, rural, self-drives, and solo tourism is on the rise. Medical tourism, along with weddings and conferences, have the most potential for growth. India is a country with colorful, rich heritage, vibrant culture, and rich cuisine that needs to be encashed with the upcoming state-of-the-art conference and medical facilities that are coming up in India. Our weakness is one, that we do not know how to window dress and market our attributes. As the demographic of the traveler and destination is also witnessing change towards domestic tourism, we must invest in being vocal for local, to build sustainable model and environment with emphasis on hygiene and cleanliness. CHAI would certainly like to be a catalyst to build this growth. We need to together build more trust and better coordination to set effective tourism boosting guidelines, with better analysis to be adopted between countries to pave the path of growth. Before I end and conclude, I would like to emphasize on two very critical points, which I always feel is something we should actually indulge in. One is that stakeholders, we all are, we need to go beyond our dependence on the government, and all the time to bring in we should bring in private partnerships. The world is looking at India as we develop into a 5 trillion economy. We must not miss this opportunity of becoming the largest hub of the world. Let's collectively push the government for better policies and ease of transacting business, one where tourism flourishes and one that is safe for all. States need to work diligently with private stakeholders and associations with open minds and give industry status to them and utilize their strength and invest in them to bring about effective change beyond red tapeism. Secondly, I would also say India is a youth country, which will witness a rise in the working group in the near future and widening of middle-class demography, which in turn will boost demand for aviation. Indian aviation is predicted to be the 3rd largest in passenger growth by 2024. We will certainly need more airlines to bridge the gap between demand and supply. CHAI and other industry stakeholders need to engage and collaborate with policymakers to implement efficient and rational decisions that would boost India's civil aviation industry. It would be good to have more players flying in the skies to create healthier competitions and better cost for inbound also to come in huge numbers. The government needs to define stronger guidelines and establish best practices in place, along with protection of consumer and agents' money for the old and especially the new emerging airlines. And I would request that to West Bengal also for all the domestic or the regional airlines coming in. We need to create a very healthier aviation industry. I'll just like to end by a quote. Someone I've loved reading while I was growing up, and the poet was William Wordsworth. who said, life is divided into three terms, that which was, which is, and which will be. So let us learn from the past to profit by the present, and from the present to live better in the future. Thank you once again, Rajiv ji, Chandar, Bodhista ji, and the entire team of ICC for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts from this virtual platform, and wish everyone 2 wonderful days at the Travel India 2023. I wish I was there in person. It's my loss, surely, like I said. Aber dekha hobe. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for connecting virtually and addressing this important forum. May I now request Professor Sutishna Babu from IITTM, training wing of the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, for your kind address.
A very warm good morning to all esteemed delegates. At the outset, I take this opportunity to thank ICC and its Secretary General, Mr. Dr. Singh, Mr. Mukherjee, for again requesting us to be part of this event as knowledge partner, as we have been for almost 5 to 6 times in the past. And we take it as a great privilege to be associated with the forum like Indian Chamber of Commerce, the oldest industry body in the country, and it cherishes a great legacy when it comes to promoting the cause of economic and industrial development in the country. Coming to my talk for the day, or my presentation for the day, I have been told to speak about the implications of newly introduced schemes of the Ministry of Tourism, since we are part of the Ministry of Tourism. And to my presentation, by and large, will move around quite a good amount of numbers, because I thought maybe numbers make more sense than speaking my words. And most of these facts that I'm going to share have been part of the research outcome that we have been engaged with for the last 15 years. We all have been going through a very bad pace since March 2020, and we have been gradually beginning to come back to normalcy. And if you look at tourism as a sector, one of the most badly affected economic segments in the country and in the around the entire world. And we have been having many, many challenges, which I thought I should also share with you, which most of you may be knowing how damaged that the COVID has created to tourism industry. And to begin with, I would also go by my previous speaker in endorsing the view that tourism has all along in India been one of the least priority segments, in spite of the fact that tourism has been one of the greatest contributors to India's economy and India's employment generation, and more particularly, I must underline, the socially and economically poor, the accessibility to jobs and employment opportunities. If you go back to a bit of India's historic past, In fact, India has started looking at the tourism potential way back in 1946 itself, during the British era. Though we have a long history of so-called organized thinking about tourism as an economy activity, unfortunately, we didn't have any big speakers or big lobbies for those tourism costs. And that could be the reason, underline the reason for the sector to be completely ignored, both at the center and the state level. With this backdrop, I think I must move on to, because I have very limited time to speak on, to setting a context for looking at what the government of India, Ministry of Tourism, has been doing last 2 to 3 years. So let's look at how the context of tourism in the country. I have not taken a global scenario. You can see that India has been having a very robust inbound tourism industry, though we represent only a very minor segment of or share of the global tourism traffic. However, what we observe is that the foreign tourist arrivals in India has been consistently increasing, something around 11.1 million in 2019, and COVID has very, very badly damaged India's inbound tourism prospects in 2020-21 period. And if in terms of foreign exchange earning, that if you look at it again, as the previous speaker has said, one of the third largest contributors to India's foreign exchange earnings. And we are seeing again how the foreign tourist exchange has been going in the country. Then look at the domestic tourism. I mean, if you look at these days in almost every platforms, not only here in this platform by previous speakers, you would hear even the ministers began speaking volumes about the domestic tourism. You know why? Because if you look at the India's tourism economy, the contribution of domestic tourism is roughly around 75%. And as just mentioned by somebody, around 2.4 billion is India's domestic tourist movement in 2019, right? And during the COVID period itself, though the tourism industry was completely grounded, there is a phenomenon, the revenge travel began somewhere in the after, say, August 2020. And between 2020 and 21, what we see that the domestic tourist traffic has increased 55% in the country. To that extent, if you look at it, it is the domestic tourism, which has given some life, some breathing space for the tourism sector in India that we must appreciate. These figures have been already quoted. How significant is tourism to India's economy? If you look at it, India's tourism's overall effect of the tourism economy, it is about 5.2% of the India's GDP, of which 2.7% is the direct contribution. Again, what is significant is that if you take any segment of the country, any industry segment, one of the highest multiplier effects that you find in tourism sector, that is around 2.7 is the multiplier effect. That means for every 1 million investments, the total effect is going to be 2.7 million. That is the kind of impact that tourism has it. And when it comes to tourism employment, the direct contribution is about 5.4%, whereas the total employment effect in India is 12.4%. Here comes in what I have talking about, but I'm a great admirer of the domestic tourism in the country. 2.4 billion is too huge a number. And that is what really sustains the tourism industry. And I was talking to the Secretary General a while ago, that if you look at the Western world, they never hovered around, imagining that we are going to sustain on domestic tourism, but for foreign tourism, rather they focused on serving their own people, the domestic tourists. And they took that domestic tourism as the base of pyramid of the tourism industry development in those countries. And they have one of the robust foreign tourism and domestic tourism in the world today, but which India is not. But now the focus have begun to gradually change, especially after 2019. As I just mentioned about, if you look at India's the domestic tourism contribution to India's tourism economy, that is total income effect of tourism in the country, 71% of tourism's expenditure, both include domestic and foreign, 71.8, roughly 72% come from tourism sector alone. Though the average expenditure by the foreign tourists are higher, if you look at the sheer volume of domestic tourism in the country, we can hardly ignore the impacts of domestic tourism in India's economy. This is another very interesting aspect. Many times we have a bit of different understanding about which segments in tourism contributes the highest when it comes to tourism economy. I was going through a recent study by NCAER, National Council for Applied Economic Research, who did an exercise on estimating the COVID impacts of tourism on India's economy. So one of the findings of the study was that the health and medical related services is one of the largest contributors of tourism sector in the country, followed by road passenger transport services, food and beverage services, restaurants, etc., and sports and other recreational services. These four segments put together, almost 80% of tourism expenditure comes from these four major segments. Maybe that is something that lesson that even the ICC can look at it as what are the areas that tourism expenditure is now incurring and how the Eastern India could look at that. This is where I thought I must highlight again how tourism has very badly damaged the tourism industry, especially, for instance, the first quarter of 2021 period. What we are seeing is there is a decline of around 42% the economic slowdown, and whereas the overall impact of the economic slowdown because of COVID on tourism sector was almost in the domestic tourism especially just shrunk by 93.3% the first quarter. Then we are seeing a gradual improvement thereafter. That is one picture that is coming out of tourism sector with a COVID impact on that. Next, I was also trying to map since 2020 how on a month-on-month basis the tourist arrivals in India has been increased. This is the foreign tourist arrivals. What we're seeing is that in 2022 we are seeing a much more increase when it comes to inbound tourism in India. 2021, the red line that shows it has been completely bad for us. This gives a bit of a side of the recovery of domestic tourism, foreign tourism in the country. Domestic tourism, I think, picked up pretty much well, because I working in Goa, I have seen Goa's tourism at least in the last 8 months. And what is more interesting is that this is first year in entire history of Goa that there were 210 departures on January 1st. It's a huge number. And that itself indicates that yes, the domestic tourism has largely come back to the pre-COVID stage. This is a bit of projection that, again, I have taken this data from NCAER latest study that looked at how COVID has impacted the Indian economy. And they also made a projection of how the tourism scenario in the country will improve. So the prediction says that maybe by 24-25, the inbound tourism economy in the country should be reaching to the pre-COVID stage, provided COVID doesn't damage further on what is happening around. And the case is same about India's domestic and outbound traffic. The overall scenario is a bit of a positive one, that by 24-25, hopefully, India will be able to achieve the pre-COVID states tourism scenario. Then with this background, I thought now bring in some of the latest initiatives of the Ministry of Tourism. Ms. Mail has figured out some of the concerns. Mr. Chandra also has brought out some of the concerns revolving around sustainability, responsible behavior and all that. So keeping that in perspective, I think when I share with you what the Ministry of Tourism has been trying last 2 to 3 years, I think you'll get a better picture as the direction to which that India is now looking to move forward. Some of the initiatives that the latest initiatives that I would like to highlight before is one is that the National Sustainable Tourism Strategy has been announced about 4 to 5 in June 2020, June or July 2022, and September 2022. India has observed on World Earth Day. India has observed the National Sustainable and Responsible Tourism Summit in New Delhi on a grand scale with complete involvement all state governments and the industry. So that is one major step that is already taken by the Ministry of Tourism by announcing a national sustainable tourism strategy. Then Ministry of Tourism has constituted a National Board of Adventure Tourism about 6 months ago, to which we are also part of that board, and many actions, many steps have been taken. I will discuss in detail as I proceed with my presentation. Then another main segment of focus is the rural tourism area. As part of the Atmanirbhar initiative of the government of India, the ministry has again announced the national strategy and roadmap for the same. And for specifically in hotel industry, there has been a complete dearth of a common point where we can get the data, get the details. So our ministry has launched a national integrated database for hospitality industry that's called Niti Portal. That's an interface for the hospitality sector, wherein they can now, for a court, even for the star classification or applying for any registration with the Ministry of Tourism, you don't have to run around to India tourism offices. The Niti Portal will be handy for you. It has all the provision that is needed for the applications. And again, IIT team that we are really helping ministry in managing the Niti Portal. Then another important initiative that ministry has taken, I'm sure that you are aware about G20. And there are 55 cities and towns in India, including East India, Northeast India, even Port Blair, Lakshadweep, every corner of the country. 55 cities and towns have been identified for various G20 events. And we are associated with the capacity building for the G20 destinations. And this is going to really plan in such a manner that the country is going to expose the diversity to G20 delegates, which we have in various parts of the world, country. In fact, India itself, continent in itself, that is the beauty of it. You want me to fast and fast? I'll take another 2-3 more minutes. Yeah. Then another main scheme called Incredible India Tours Facilitator Program. It's an online program which anyone can do it and learn it on their own pace. And one who completes this, attend this program, he can be certified as a guide, tour guide. I will have a detailed discussion on this when we discuss this matter tomorrow in HR session. So these are some of the important steps that has been taken towards sustainable tourism. Declaration of National Strategy of Sustainable Tourism. Ministry has established central nodal agency for 3 major segments. IITM has a nodal agency for that. Then another important aspect that we must appreciate is the ranking of the state in terms of tourism competitiveness, almost in same line with the World Economic Forum Competitiveness Index. Then launch sustainable tourism criteria for India so that the facilities can be certified. Then a campaign called Travel for Life has been begun. Then a campaign again called Information, Communication, Education, IC campaign that has also been spearheaded to create awareness about sustainable tourism in the country. These are the 7 pillars on which the sustainable tourism would be developed in India. This is basically how the IEC campaign to progress. Then adventure tourism development. It is one of the main focus area of the ministry now. As I said, a national board for adventure tourism has already been set up. Then there's IITTM. We are now trying to have adventure tourism competitiveness index at the state level. We have already come up with the criteria catalog, so the states can be ranked on its adventure tourism competitiveness on similar line with the global ranking of adventure tourism destinations. Right. Then another major step that has happened is that we have framed a draft law on adventure tourism safety law, which is already under circulation with the state government. We have got the feedback. Hopefully that will also be finalized in the due course of time. Then we also set up a proposal framework for National Adventure Rescue Center framework, which is again under consultation with the state governments. We are waiting for the feedback. And above all, India is now planning for 3 mega Himalayan trails. The concept paper is almost final now, almost on similar line with the great trails in the Western Europe and in the US. Then comes National Strategy on Rural Tourism, various framework, strategy areas have been identified. With the shortage of time, I think I must not speak more on that. This is the some of the major initiatives other than what has been just stated about, right? What the ministry has specifically done during the time of COVID, right? Then e-visa, someone mentioned about e-visa now. We have 171 countries have this particular provision under 6 categories like e-tourist visa, e-business visa, e-vehicle visa, etc. Then the visa fees also has been rationalized specifically during the COVID period. For the 1 month visa, the visa charge is USD 100. Then if it is peak season, it is $25. Then the triple entry for medical visa provisions has been given. Then the Swadesh Darshan has been now given more emphasis on that. Then the Prasad scheme, then to make India as a 365-day destination, product diversification has been attended. We call the niche tourism products, which you can see on the right side, like cruise tourism, adventure tourism, medical, etc., right? Then we also have 24/7 toll-free multilingual tourist information helpline, which you can access in 12 languages. Then again, we have the ministry has started 24/7 live chat service interface on Ministry Tours website. And for the Buddhist circuit, India, the land of Buddha.in, you will have a whole lot of information about the Buddhist circuits. With this, I must thank ICC for giving us to share some of our thoughts on how we must look at tourism as an important sector of the Indian economy and how we must be a person to develop tourism in the country. Thank you all very much for your patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sutishna Babu, for your address and elaborate presentation on how the tourism workforce will actually add to the wealth of the country. Now we move on to the next speaker who will join us on the virtual mode, Mr. Amrish Tiwari, Vice Chairperson of the India Convention Promotion Bureau. Welcome, Mr. Tiwari, and it's a pleasure to have you. May not be physically in Kolkata, but we are really keen to have your thoughts on probably the development and the role of MICE tourism, which could really enhance in this part of the country. Over to you, Mr. Tiwari.
Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of India Convention Promotion Bureau, I welcome you all and wishing a very happy New Year 2023. Loss is entirely mine for not being able to make up physically due to G20 MICE events preparation, which is going on. As you all know, MICE stands for meeting, incentives, conferences, and events, both commercial and social. It is very important part of the Indian tourism, travel, and hospitality industry, and has the potential to generate numerous jobs all of our Indian states. MICE is fast-growing, lucrative market segment in India. Thanks to the excellent economic growth, one of the largest consumer market in India, and readiness to take off towards excellence. The global MICE industry, as my colleague told earlier, is estimated to be upward of $800 billion. And India's share pre-COVID was estimated to be less than 1%. Despite the natural cultural advantage of India in being one of the highest growing economies in each vertical of MICE, be it meetings, incentive, conferences, exhibition, the recall value of the Indian MICE is considered low. The sector requires a clear roadmap to undertake various measures to tackle pressing challenges of the MICE segment. MICE sector has the strongest direct correlation to the GDP more than any other tourism sector. Each 100 rupees spent on MICE in India could have an indirect impact of another 160 rupees. We must target more than 1 lakh crore direct economic and 1.6 lakh crore indirect benefit to all our states from the MICE industry. Thus, our first job post-COVID in medium term would be double our MICE share to 2.5% of the world, that generate around $25 billion, then doubling it over medium to long term. In the Global International Congress Association ranking, our goal will be to take India's rank to the top 10 in the world from 28 where we are pre-COVID. Pre-COVID, we had one city in the top 100 rank, that is New Delhi. Our goal must be to having at least 3 cities in the top 100 in the medium term. In post-COVID, 10 cities in top 100 in the medium to long terms, including Kolkata, which is having excellent MICE facilities. Attracting major conventions require marketing to meeting and convention planners, as well as to major association and organizers across the globe. Countries are increasingly looking for ways to enhance their attractiveness as a convention destination. We need to recognize MICE tourism as a distinct business segment and create a sub-brand for MICE, that is Meet in India. Meet in India sub-brand of Incredible India for the MICE industry. We must target global congress, convention and conferences and social events. We need to create a global MICE bidding fund with a corpus of 500 crore to enable our entrepreneurs undertake techno-economic bids for events which have a bid cycle of 2 years plus. I suggest as Ministry of Tourism, as a central government, if they invest 50 crore in all the states, even they make another year, the 25 crore each, so that money can be generated. And I believe Ministry of Tourism is allocating around approximately 40 crore for this already. So I urge the state to come forward, create a joint bidding fund, and let's focus on to market India as a MICE destination. We need to create city convention bureau in each of our main cities like Kolkata Convention Bureau, which will work with the ICPB as their hub to carry out global bidding activities. Industry status to MICE infrastructure by states so that convention centers and hotel will enable the power and utility rates, levies at industrial rate among the other benefits. And since tourism is a state subject, so state need to come forward on a positive note. Infrastructure status for financing of MICE infrastructure. Currently, this is available only in 3-star and above hotels located outside the cities with population of 1 million and above. This need to be all across the place. Institutional support for MICE event. ICPB as a bureau act as an agent, representative, marketer, leader, and coordinator for MICE industry. Market intelligence, the Ministry of Tourism will work with state to develop data collection and analysis mechanism for MICE industry. The NIDHI, which Babu was just saying, still does not have the MICE data. Ministry need to work out the MICE data with the MEA and MHA. In the post-COVID era, we also need to incentivize Indian corporate to undertake domestic MICE and prevent Indian MICE events from going abroad as outbound. For that, we need to offer a 200% weighted income tax expense benefit to Indian companies which are undertaking MICE even in India, so that we can bring them back to the country. We need to enable iGST for our hotels, which will complete the end-to-end GST chain. And companies get GST set up for undertaking the MICE even in other states. Also, our GST rates are one of the highest in the world. And to revive, we should move immediately to 12% GST rate for all MICE-related events, which is as of now is 18%. And slowly we can set up to the 10% medium term with the full setup. And the special tourism zone being planned by the tourism ministry, we look forward to a mega tourism zone which should be fully integrated world-class MICE city. Kolkata is coming at a very excellent venue, and I think lots of states need to come like the high-techs and Kolkata is doing. In order to promote India as a MICE destination, there is need to improve the competitiveness of Indian MICE with global markets. This will help attract inbound MICE business and also help retain outbound MICE business. For India to go globally competitive based on ICPB suggestion and ministry need to set up India MICE board, I'm happy to inform that India MICE board has been set up 5-6 months back. Babu, you need to correct your data, where all the major ministers, state ministries, state government, stakeholders of the MICE are members. India Convention Promotion Bureau recommended, we need to take certain steps to promote MICE across India, across all the states. And our focus should be marketing India as a preferred MICE destination. For that, we need to have a budget allocation, brand India as a MICE destination under the tagline Meet in India, participation in various trade shows and create our own event, which I'll share with you guys, and release the advertisement in the MICE related publication, branding at the airport, single vendor clearance for MICE facilities, the licensing that need to be come down. Ministry need to host for a 500 plus delegate international conferences, at least some cultural program to showcase the India's rich culture heritage that attract the conference planners. The site inspection for the international conference organizer, as per the ICA report, which we had worked out with the ICPB, there is more than 1,000 international conferences which never happen in India since their existence. So these are the low-hanging fruits. With the small efforts by the ministry, by the industry stakeholders, we can easily bring them back to the country, bring them to the India, and that can create a huge economic impact. So the data which I'm talking about from less than 1% to 2.4% is easily achievable. MOT need to support the conference planner to familiarize the trip, MICE infrastructure, hosting the conference organizer, to showing the MICE infrastructure of the country. This domestic India tourism offices, which is domestic MICE, is a huge MICE segment. So that also need to be looked into this. And this permit reception counter at various airport and the entry point that need to have the MICE friendly, the environment. Permitting, the Ministry of Tourism requests all central government ministries to bring one international Congress India, which recently Prime Minister Modi also said all the ministries need to work, and G20, which is happening, where 55 cities, more than 250 events are happening. I think this is a perfect launch for developing India as a MICE destination. And I'm happy to share with all of you, as part of G20 initiative, ICPB is conducting iMICE, that is Incredible MICE, in the month of May 2023. This will be a global MICE event for all states and G20 nations supported by Ministry of Tourism. We will shortly reaching out to all of you for this mega event to be held in 2023. And I request all the state and MICE stakeholders to participate in this fully and showcase their MICE potential. And I think this will not only make a great impact as India as a MICE destination, and lots of states coming up as a MICE cities, the employment generation, because in the MICE has a huge human capital requirement. So all these make MICE industry which come into 3 times higher best to focus on the mass gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tiwari, for your kind address. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, just wanted to share one piece of information with you, which we received just now, that Honorable MIC is not been feeling well from today morning. He was all set to come here by 11 and address all of you. However, he is being treated, and what he has conveyed is the moment he feels a little better, he will join us during the day at any point in time. It could be even post-lunch, since I have assured him that we are there with a post-lunch session also. So whenever he feels a little better, he'll join us and he will address the gathering. So this is one information which I wanted to share with all of you, and request that all of you to be here and be a little patient, and I'm sure that Honorable Minister will make to this Travel India for some time during the day. With this, may I request our next speaker, Dr. Subarna Bose, founder, chief mentor of the IndusSmart Group and chairman IIHM. Dr. Bose.
Thank you. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Rajiv Singh ji, for kind invitation. And it's nice to hear that the minister would be coming ultimately. I am from the hospitality, which is a very integral part of the travel tourism. I think without hospitality, without the hotels, the entire gamut is incomplete. And I think, first of all, let me start by telling that all of us must give a huge applaud to the entire travel, tourism, hospitality industry. The way they have really faced the COVID pandemic. No industry was affected like ours. We are the first to be affected and last to recover in a way. But the way the people, the nuts and the bolts have really withstood this COVID pandemic and came back stronger than any industry. I think they need a real big round of applause from all of you, ladies and gentlemen, the people from the industry. We must give a pat on the back to the guys who work in this hotel, the guys who is serving us tea, the guys who are the tour operators, the tour guides. I mean, all of these people almost lost their job. But the good news is that it's all back, and with a huge kind of revenge, huge kind of vengeance. And we are very fortunate the way the industry, that travel industry, the tourism, and of course the hospitality sector has kind of bounced back. It's a huge resurgence, I think. I've never seen that this kind of resurgence in any country in the world, and there are experts sitting on the dais and in the boxes of the virtual. We heard Jyoti to speak, and I think I fully agree that this has been an excellent comeback by the industry as a whole. But hospitality, I think, has been a clear winner. I've got a couple of figures. I'm not a great fan of figures, although I'm a chartered accountant by education. But still, I'll give you some figures just to see that a 70% occupancy in the 22-23 financial year by the five-star sector, 70%, which is more than the pre-COVID. Average room rate zoomed to 7,260 in the luxury sector, which is a record. Some of the biggest in the industry,
just giving up a couple of figures. The Taj Group, the IHCL, reported revenue of 1258 crores in Q2 last year, 67% rise year by year. Accor, 68% increase in the RevPAR over 2019 pre-pandemic. Marriott have signed 24 new hotels in 22 months post-pandemic. Month-on-month room revenue is 20% higher. RevPAR 14% higher in the Q3. And the earning before depreciation tax is on $985 million as compared to $683. ITC Hotels showed a growth of 250 crores in the quarter financial year 2023 over Q2 2022. And East India Hotels recorded a net revenue of 355 crores September 22 ending as compared to September 21. And of course, we have seen a huge comeback of wedding. It looks like the entire India is on a wedding spree, which is such a great news for all us, right? We all should be celebrating the weddings because weddings are one of our biggest revenue for the hotel industry. And we're talking about MICE. We really heard some great commentary in the morning from some of the stalwarts who have been talking about MICE and G20. I think the hotels, the way the growth is absolutely astounding. It's all about hotels are coming more. The leisure sector, I think, have grown tremendously. And I was having a chat with Mr. Puneet Chhatwal, the managing director, CEO of the Taj Hotel, and he was quoting me figures that in next 5 years, India will have equal number of additional hotels as we have got today, which means that by the next 5 years, 2028, there would be double the numbers of five-star deluxe segments of hotel in India than what we have got today, which is such a huge thing. But then we are not just talking about the five-star sector. We're talking of the different sector. 3-star homestays have become really one of the biggest thing that's coming up. Even big players like ITC, Taj, they have come and with their own homestay brands. And I think homestay will also be very popular because hotels are actually competing with sectors like or players like Airbnb. And I think everyone is now very cheerful and looking for these changes that's happening in the industry. A lot of people have spoken about the G20. I think it's the best time that we have got the ascendancy to the G20 presidency. And I think what we see in the government today under the leadership of the Prime Minister is a very clear intent to do things. I think this is one very positive thing we must take from this very important convention of the ICC, is that there is a clear intent of the government to take things. We have seen how the government works for last so many years, so many policies came and went, but I think there is a genuine intent and we all feel that we are actually onto the growth path. The growth story of India goes on in the tourism, hospitality, travel sector. Sustainability and technology. I feel from the hospitality point of view, specifically from the hospitality point of view, these two are the prime movers. I mean, in the post-pandemic, if any of the hotel groups, even a small, big, 5-star, 1-star, 3-star homestay, they have to embrace the sustainability. They have to embrace technology. I think this S&T, sustainability and technology, would be the driving force, and any hotel which is not doing it would be out of the race. And when we talk about sustainability, we essentially do not talk about ecological part of the sustainability. We don't essentially always talk about the climate changes or the great energy. We talk about the social part of the sustainability, the social sustainability. We talk about the economic sustainability. We talk about looking after our own people, which has been one thing that we've seen in the COVID, a lot of hotels have really looked after their people well, and a lot of hotels have not. The hospitality sector has been clearly divided, how they treated their people in the pandemic, and that is showing now. There are hotels, big and small, who lost some very good people, and they're not going to come back. So today we are not really competing with the industry, we're competing with the other industries also. These people have gone to other industries. And there are hotel groups who have really looked after their people well, and they are now reaping the benefits. So it's very important to understand the social benefit, understand the ecological benefit is okay, but social and economic sustainability is possibly more important in running your business. I think hotels have got so much to do on sustainability, whether it's come to food waste, whether it's come to using green team, using green technology, using alternate power supplies, using the water very, very cautiously. I think there's so much thing to do, but I think the most important is to support the local communities, to support the local business, to support the local people. I think is very important. Your people is everything. In hospitality industry is the people industry. It's all about people. Whether you are sitting in the Raffles in Udaipur or a small hotel in maybe in a village or a small town, it's all about people. You don't hardly remember the chandeliers or the bed. What you remember is the service, what you remember is experience, what you remember is the people. So in our industry, challenges now in the hospital industry, the people. People is a huge challenge with this exponential rise in the rooms and the business and the mice and the marriages and the banquets. Some of the hotels are doing 5 banquets together, which is great business. But where are the people? So I think one of the challenges which we need to really work on is the people. People are very, very important in our industry, whether it's the travel, whether it's the tourism, it's like physical infrastructure. I think the manpower is the core, the heart of our business. And if we do not really get the budgets of the HR cost of the people, this industry will not survive for the long. As such, we are seeing, and I think a lot of people here in this hall will possibly agree with me that the quality of service in the hotels are going down. And I have been travel 4 days, 5 days a week in all over the country, and I can see that. And that's just because that we are not paying enough money. We're not paying enough money. We need to pay more money to get more people, better people, more commitment. People are leaving our industry and not going to another hotel. They're going to the other industry. They're going to retail, they're going to healthcare, they're going to fashion, they're going to the facilities management, they're going everywhere because they're good people. So I think this is one of the area I think the hospitality industry need to really sort out, where at least 20% of the budget should be on the HR, at least, to run the show with the kind of excellence that the Indian customer expects. Sometimes we compare ourselves with hotels in the West, where there is no concierge, there is no bellboy, maybe our restaurant is run by just 2 people, but we are in India. In India, the guest demand service. The guest demand service. They're willing to pay money, but they want service. They want people to serve them. They want the bellboy to take the luggage to their room, isn't it? They're paying 15,000 a day. So we need to really embrace the demand of our guests, our customers. So it's very important that we put emphasis on the people. And I think otherwise the industry looks to be in great health. We are moving ahead. I think G20 has been a great, great booster for the industry. And I feel that we all should be very happy that the way industry have shaped up. I wish all the best for this fabulous 2 days convention of ICC. And Wish all the best to all of you. We have a lovely 2 days and enjoy these 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bose. May I now request Mr. Nitin Kumar Dwivedi from the Tourism Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh, for his kind remarks.
Good afternoon. I'm the first one who welcomes you. Good afternoon. So, our member of DIAS, Dr. Rajiv Singh ji, Mr. Chandan Mansharmani ji, Mr. Subhanu Bose, and Professor Sutanshu Babu, and our virtually joined Ms. Mayal and Mr. Tiwari, and all the entire team of ICC and all of you. The Indian tourism industry has emerged as one of the key drivers of the growth among the service sector in India. And as per Honorable Prime Minister of India, the 3T is the trade, tourism, and technology. India is a potential game changer. Tourism is a sunrise industry in India and employment generator, a significant source of foreign exchange for the country and economic activity that helps local and host of community. On the behalf of Uttar Pradesh is the heartland of India, the land of diversity, the land of Rama, Gautam Buddha, Jains, and also has the rich heritage of Ravidas, Tulsidas, Surdas, Kabir, and many great seeds and sons. We have a rich culture heritage, the land of us to mind that loves to explore, to be a nature or history. It is not only gifted by nature, but it is also hand to some of the best man-made monument built across the globe. Abound with the rich natural resources and garlanded by rivers, the holy river Ganga and Yamuna. The state had blossomed to multi-Indian culture with diversity. According to Ministry of India, the Uttar Pradesh is the third highest foreign tourist arrival in 2021. The 4% of total foreign tourist arrival in India, and the second highest domestic arrival in 2021. And I'm happy to say that the India isn't Uttar Pradesh is in 2022 is the first highest till January 2022 to October 2020, 24 crores 83 lakhs, more than 24 crores 83 lakhs domestic arrivals in our Uttar Pradesh. The state have launched the multiple initiative with the major 12 tourism circuits like Ramayana circuit, Krishna circuit, Buddhist circuit, because you all know that all the places of Buddha is more of the 5 places situated in Uttar Pradesh. Wildlife and ecotourism circuits, Bundelkhand circuits, Mahabharat circuit, Shaktipeeth circuits, Adhyatmic circuits, Sufi and Kabir circuits, and Jain circuits also. Because there is 9 Jain Tirthankars birthplace in Uttar Pradesh, 4 up in Varanasi and 5 are in Ayodhya. And UNESCO World Heritage Monuments, the 3 sites such as Taj Mahal, Fatehpur Sikri, and Agra Fort is there. And the world famous sites, the religious and culture sites of international importance such as Ayodhya, Varanasi, as newly you all are known about the Kashi Vishwanath corridor, Vrindavan, Mathura, and the Buddhist sites such as Kapilvastu, Sarnath, Kushinagar, Sravasti, and Sankesa. The Uttar Pradesh tourism is well aware the ability of the tourism sector, not in only the create the jobs, but also enhancing the prestige of state, keeping all these attributes, the mind state tourism focus on the new theme, such as setting up the ecotourism board in holistic development and promotion of ecotourism projects in states. Identify 18 locations for promotion of rural tourism, denotified the 10 heritage properties of heritage tourism, development of tourism infrastructures on PPP, like the heliports of PPP model, the 5 tourism destinations of the states, redevelopment of the Rahi Tourist Bungalow, which is such a guest house of UP Tourism, adaptive the reuse the identified heritage property such as the forts, palaces, and the other structure of PPP model. The focus on the new destinations Bundelkhand, Garmukteshwar, Shukratal, Naimisharan, and the Buddhist tourism circuits are the new elaborate and the tourism-friendly tourism policies, such as our virtual partner, Ms. Payal says about the state has created a good tourism policy. So I'm happy to inform you that we have the industry-friendly tourism policy 2022 has been launched to promote the investments in the tourism sector of Uttar Pradesh. Our tourism policy objectives is the develop focused destination on around Uttar Pradesh, promoting and developing tourism in lesser known areas, build and thematic sectors in Uttar Pradesh, initiative investment in the generate of empowerments, collaborate between the private and public sectors, players to create the high quality of tourist ecosystem. Emphasis and the comprehensive development of the tourist ecosystem to drive the governments to short of the medium and the long-term vision of Uttar Pradesh tourism objectives. Enhance infrastructures and tourism offering to across tourism circuits to drive quality and reach of inbound tourists. Focused on development destinations to drive growth across destination and the planning areas and serve a flagship the full of factors. The target service and tourism supply responsible driven by customer and intelligence data from the tourist touchpoints, including social media handles, website, and applications. The development new tourism products and service the like Karma tourism, water sports such as Dr. Shutanshu sir already says about that, the adventure activities and lesser on the tourist activation. The tourism policy 2022 thematic sector is promoting the responsible, sustainable tourism, heritage, art and cuisine, spiritual, religious tourism, nature and wildlife tourism, meeting in intensive conferences and MICE tourism, water-based activities, medical tourism, rural tourism, tribal, agri-based tourism, and Yuva tourism is also. The new tourism policies focus on 33 sectors like hospitality industries. The people are coming from the hotel, budget hotel, heritage, ecotourism, river cruise, dhabas, sound and lights, MICE activity, tourism villages, mega villages, adventures, initiative, tour and travel operators, and floating all of the restaurants, homestays, projects, tourism projects, and ultimately accommodation. The UP tourism is given the capital subsidy of the maximum 10 to 25%, like 2 crores to 40 crores. And eligibility investment, ECI, the subsidy percentage of ceiling capacity is up to 10 crore to 25%, and more of them, you are just more than that 500 crores, and there is the 40 crores of maximum capability. And UP tourism is also, you all are the investors. If you are anyone this comes and invest in UP, you all are extended the exemption of state development charges, extension of the stamp duty, and all of the extras benefits you have come from the tourism policy. And today, I want to request each one of you to come and see our Uttar Pradesh, the land of Rama, the land of Krishna, the land of Kashi Vishwanath, and the land of nature. Because UP nahi dekha, to India nahi dekha. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dwivedi. I think that's an invitation to all of you to visit UP and explore the tourism opportunities. And I'm sure many of us will take this opportunity. Thank you. With this, I think we come to the end of the inaugural session, the opening session of Travel India 2023. And before we end, may I request Dr. Singh to propose a formal vote of thanks.
I think we all had a great start, right from our chairman giving theme address in terms of where the industry stands, how the future looks like. So may I thank Mr. Ansharmani, our chairman, for his theme address. Let me also thank Ms. Jyoti Mayal for a very passionate address. I think she had all the numbers on her fingertips. And she also raised some very pertinent issues and a very positive outlook for the sector. Let me also thank Professor Sutishna Babu for sharing so many numbers, but all were very important numbers about the sector, and not only the past, but also indicating the future trends, how industry is going to grow further, and also what ministry has done, how in terms of policies and the regulatory framework and some of the incentive schemes, making things easier, how government is trying to make the sector grow. So thank you. Mr. Amresh Tiwari for his insights on how the MICE sector is growing and how Bengal has been able to create its own footmark. So thank you for his. Dr. Bose really highlighted the value of people, human resource, and how the sector is doing, the past challenges, good or bad stories from past, and going ahead, what really needs to be done in terms of nurturing, developing the talent, and retaining people, so that because this sector is all about people for the sector to grow. Mr. Dwivedi for giving the insights on how UP is welcoming any kind of investments. Of course, mentioning about the rich heritage culture, the tourist sites, the icons, which we all know, Taj Mahal. For any traveler coming to India, I think Taj Mahal becomes the natural spot. And and especially UP has really transformed under the leadership of Shri Yogi Adityanath, the law and order, the governance, infrastructure. So UP is really looking up, and Varanasi is a live example because of the initiative by Honorable PM. Varanasi has transformed. So UP is really looking very, very attractive and very, very good place. And we would also like to thank our host state, Bengal and UP, both the partners. I think Bengalis travel the most, and that's how this is the right place to host an event like this. We also hope that Honorable Minister will be able to join if he feels better. At the end, let me thank everybody, all the participants, people here. Some very pertinent issues, insights have been shared, and I'm sure over the course of 2 days, there will be definite takeaways for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. May I now request you to kindly hand over a small token of appreciation to the dignitaries. Mr. Chandar Manshramani, Chairman of the ICC National Expert Committee. To Professor Sutishna Babu from IITTM. To Dr. Subarna Bose. Thank you, Dr. Bose. To Mr. Nitin Kumar Dwivedi from UP Tourism. Thank you, Mr. Dwivedi. And I think the last ritual, we were waiting for the Honorable Minister to join, but I think the traditional lamp lighting to set the tone for the conference. May I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly join us for the lamp lighting. May I also request Mr. Rajan Bahadur, Mr. Gurleen Kaur, Dr. Roy, Ajanta De, all the other speakers for the session, Mr. Jadwani, to also kindly join. And our director from Bamal Lorry also to join us for the lamp lighting. Thank you. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, we take a very short break now, a tea coffee break. And let us be here in the next 15 minutes so that we have the next session can start on time. So we'll join here exactly 15 minutes. So 12:40 is when we can come here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request all of you to please come back to the hall. We are going to start our next session in the next 5 minutes. So can I request all of you to please join us back in the hall? As you know, ladies and gentlemen, you can carry your tea, coffee inside, but we need to stick to our timelines. May I also request the speakers for this session, Ms. Ajanta De, Mr. Debjit Datta, and Dr. Sudipto Narayan Roy to kindly be in the hall itself. We are awaiting the arrival of MD West Bengal Tourism, Mr. Ritendra Narayan Basu Roy Chaudhary. He will join in a short while. May I request the speakers to kindly join on the head table. Ms. Ajanta De, ma'am, can I have you at the head table? Mr. Debjit Datta and Mr. Dr. Sudipto Narayan Roy. Mr. Debjit Datta, we are waiting. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, this is a session, as I said, on sustainable tourism for the future. And we will talk about various aspects of sustainable tourism. To start with, I think we will start with our first speaker, Ms. Ajanta De, who is the Joint Secretary and Program Director for Nature, Environment and Wildlife Society. And she would talk about how we could empower more and more women for the development of tourism in the country. So may I request Ms. De for her kind address. And the format would be, I would request all the three speakers for a brief address, and then probably we could open the forum to the floor for asking questions. And I'm sure all the dignitaries on the dais will be very happy to answer all your questions.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Indian Chamber of Commerce organizers, my distinguished panelists, and the august audience. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this session. Now, the topic that I would talk about is empowering women for tourism development, and why is it so important is also I would like to touch upon. Well, I'm Ajanta. As you can see from my background, that I am a conservation practitioner. I come with the objective, the vision to ensure a sustainable and functioning ecosystem so that the planet is restored. Because whatever we are, the soil, the earth, the air, water, it comes from the ecosystems, and we need to preserve that. And from that background, we have come into also engage ourselves in the tourism sector, because as you know, everything is so holistic. So everything, every bit of whatever we do are so connected. So even when I'm a conservation practitioner, conserving tigers, elephants, working on elephant corridors, working on turtle conservation, we look forward to the tourism aspect of it and how that can be a very, very important tool for conservation. And from that background, with that background, I have tweaked a little bit on the title and have made it also to added two words like responsible and ecotourism before the tourism development. So as we know that over the years, we started traveling for trade and this and that. And among many other things, tourism had evolved for humanity to relive their historical journeys, like Buddha, Ramayana, Mahabharata. A lot of things were being told in the morning, and interact in different cultural milieu and enjoy the natural scapes. Among many others, these were the major areas where tourism, when we started developing it. But gradually, the ecotourism came, and it followed the principles of nature conservation. So we have green energy as much as solar lights, eco-friendly designs that blend with the landscapes, local food, and minimize the effects of mass tourism. All these were then integrated into ecotourism. And now again, it's not enough, because we always tend to, we Homo sapiens as a species, always tend to extend our limits, you know. So then came the responsible ecotourism, which demonstrates again in the world of climate change, where we are all experiencing a lot of things that is hampering our daily life. So we are talking about reducing carbon footprints, sailing to conferences, water footprints. We are trying to reduce as much recycling. So integrate as much sustainability principles in the responsible ecotourism to fulfill the aspiration and needs of the present population without harming and compromising on the needs of the future upcoming generations. So all these, and we are very, very much aligned to the last two. And I would like to talk about it, that why women are so important to achieve this. I have been working in very marginalized areas, as you know, in forest landscapes, riverine landscapes, very vulnerable areas. And I have seen that tourism has played a very, very important role and is continuing to play a very important role in the 2030 agenda for the sustainable development goals that we are all talking about to have a healthy planet. And where the SDG 5, that is a gender, is so important. As I was telling you that since I work in very remote areas in such landscapes, these are prone to much vulnerabilities. These are fragile terrains. Quite often there are natural hazards or there are different hazards also. And then what happens is that the men migrate outwards and the skills that have been acquired is suddenly lost. So sustainability, resilience of systems are also very, very important. And in order to talk about the resilience, the women have a very, very important role to play in the society. The men and women are absolute fascinating when they work together. But what we find is that the gender issues are not that strong everywhere in the society, not only in the tourism sector, but we need to integrate it. We need to promote the gender equality. We need to promote the women's empowerment just to bring that resilience into the system so that the skills are not lost, so that whatever has been achieved is like Mr. Subarna Bose was telling that they are migrating to others. It happens because we have to survive. We have to have our families survive. But the women always stays back in those rural societies, but they do not have the skills. So let's work more and on them. I wouldn't say not on the other part, but together. And what is the fact? If you go through the UN women reports, if you go through the UN World Trade Organization reports, you will find that women make up the majority of the tourism workforce, but they are the lowest paid and they have the lowest status jobs in the tourism. And they perform a large amount of unpaid work in the family tourism businesses. So these are the roles they are playing, but they need to be recognized. They need to be integrated. And that makes my context of my work. So already it has been, if it's nothing rocket science, it's nothing something from the Mars, something from the Jupiter. It's very much on the plate, on the board. There are documents that what needs to be done. Even WTO, or if you go to the websites, you'll find them absolutely written that what needs to be done to have the gender 5 included in the tourism sector. That's employment, to address the gender policy gap. You can see that here we are, and there are of course there are a lot of women participation, but would be more, it would be lovely to see more such faces in here also. So to address the gender policy gaps, the social protection, the unpaid works that they do, to address gender harassments that happen often with the tourism sector, in the hospitality, sometimes that we get across. So entrepreneurship is also something which the women are coming out very strongly. In fact, the rural people to expand and diversify their market access, fair trade, their access to digital technologies is very important, because nowadays we are into another world. So they have very little access to it. So all these accesses, leadership, policy decision-making, gender balance in the senior management groups. I have highlighted just some of them, but if you go to the website, you can see it. It's everything very well defined at 6 pros to go into how to include the gender 5, the SDG 5 into the tourism sector as a integration policy. So education and training that I was training, they are not always having those soft skills, networking, training of the tourism policymakers, managers and employees. This is very important, that the gender equality approach, how it should be looked into, to be included in the tourism policymakers, community and civil society, because we all understand that tourism is something which engulfs and engrosses all the parts of the society. When a tourism develops there, it comes to supply of the supply chain that brings is also 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 the ancillary things that grows also affects the society there. So the community organizations, the civil society actors who are working there to be integrated so that they are also acting as a background player into making this a very strong a sector to grow, and also the measurement of the better policies. So we need to have data disaggregated by sex so that on the employment patterns, how are we doing? So it has to be disaggregated by sex to understand that how really we are performing, conduct the gender analysis and see the results that it brings. I'm sure that it brings a lot of different value addition to the thing. Now, coming to the policy, just because we are having a lot of policymakers here, I would like to address this issue because the national tourism policy that has in our websites in the government of India, it talks about sustainable, responsible and inclusive tourism, where in the inclusive growth, it creates opportunities for the marginalized sections, but nowhere we find the word for the women. So I would like the policymakers to take this forward and have some components built into the system so that as part of the G20 presidency, we are on the board on the global agendas and working towards it. And so based on all this, we as a conservation organization have already built certain thematic areas where we are working on the conservation agendas in various landscapes to have community-based tourism models, like it is owned by the communities, because the benefits should directly go to them. So we have formed producer companies, some producer limited companies, women groups with the people there. They are the owners. We have also created entrepreneurship models, like there are a lot of organic natural farming things. We are asking the customers who are the customers of such products to go and visit the farmers, have the weekend stays with them, how to grow potatoes with them, maybe how to plant rice seeds with them. So farm tourism we are promoting to have entrepreneurship models so that it's not always community, individuals can also work, and edutourism models where learning and living with nature with students, colleges, and many more, whoever comes. So a little initiative of what we could do is, this is a village in Sundarban, Lokhipur. They have these people all in the green saris of the women brigade. You can see them in National Geographic. In the river from the skies, that Ganga, the river from the skies, they're doing wonderful job in protecting the mangroves there. But to sustain, you see, we have built them an eco watchtower. It's all made up of bamboo. A tea stall has been made, so they are selling some ghugni, this and that, expanding over it. We have trained them on being bird guides, and they're taking these photographers, birders to that island where a lot of migratory birds come. You can go and visit them now. It's full with bar-headed goose, grey-lag goose, many sandpipers, waders. So these are the small initiatives we are trying to integrate because we know they will be there. They will not leave the place, and we will have the skills to have resilience of the system that we are generating. This is another village in Kumirmari, the last village in Sundarban. You can see that we are having as much fly ash bricks there, CRZ rules, ESZ rules, and it is a totally community-owned model. Hopefully by April, we will be able to open it for everyone, not to I myself, but the communities there. And you can see the women, they are making these recycled paper from the paper cups and creating a lot of income generation for them. And they have been taken to the College of Professional Studies, IHRM, and they are being trained on how to prepare, cutting things, hospitality training, so that these skills that remain within the society and build resilience of the system. I want to say again and again. And that's what, and one thing before I end, I want to say that now you can find a lot of packages like Girls on Heels, Women on Move, and all these all over Instagram and things. So let's let us, because now always it doesn't happen that the women are always in a family. They are all also living independent lives and going for adventure. So trying to accommodate as much the gender so that the back seat that they are taking in a society will never grow if a large section of the society is in a back seat. So we have to push them forward, and it's our task in the tourism sector, whoever who are working, to have this in the front. And I strongly feel that it will be a very sustainable planet for the next generation, where we can have a lot of hopes for the future, for the next generation. But we all have to do the jigsaw bit of puzzle wherever we are. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Ms. Ajanta De, for your presentation. May I now request Mr. Devjit Datta, the tourism expert and futurist, director and CEO, Impression Tourism Services India Private Limited, for his address on the future of tourism, responsible travel, future of tourism.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Good afternoon. This is perhaps the third platform of hard occasion in last 30 days when I am talking about responsible travel and sustainable tourism. This is indeed very, very, very encouraging, because responsible travel is the future of tourism, and that we all need to understand. The first one was in Lucknow during the IATO National Convention last month, 18th of December, when we had a discussion about the responsible tourism, village tourism, and farm tourism. There was a workshop organized by Ministry of Tourism, Government of India on 11th of January. The workshop on sustainable tourism and about their policy. That was, workshop on responsible and sustainable tourism. And today, thanks to CII, we are discussing about, again, sustainable tourism as the future. Yes, responsible travel is the future of tourism, and we really need to learn and understand the meaning of that. The sustainability of sustainable tourism largely depend on the awareness across every segment of the industry. We represent the largest industry in the world, the largest employing industry in the world. Together, we need to be responsible towards our earth, the communities, and of course the wildlife. But it is not a rocket science. We are not talking about rocket science. We are talking about something which we call the future of tourism. Tourism has gone through a transformation due to the impact of COVID-19. And the future generation, future travelers, they're actually more eco-conscious. And they are looking for destinations which are more responsible towards the ecology, environment, culture, and society. So it is not about preserving and protecting our cultural heritage, natural heritage, or natural resources, but also to sustain in the business, because it is the demand of the future. In the future, there'll be a market segment who will only be looking for tour operator who has got their own sustainable tourism policy, who care more about the host communities and the hotels and their policies regarding eco-friendliness. So it is not only about to protect and preserve our natural resources and cultural heritage, but also to sustain in the business in the days to come. There's been some initiative by the Ministry of Tourism recently, 29th April 2022. Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, they have declared the National Strategy for Sustainable Tourism in collaboration with the relevant ministries, state tourism departments, and of course the private industry stakeholders. Now, this policy talks about our strategy on sustainable tourism in detail and offers provision for certification. So every stakeholders, accommodation unit, tour operators, everybody actually can get certification, sustainability certification from the Nidhi portal of Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. And, they can be more, prove themselves to be more responsible towards our people, life, and culture. Government of West Bengal on 8th of August
sorry, 1st of August, I think, yes. Yeah, 1st August 2023, they constitute a task force on ecotourism. I'm a member of the task force. Now this, and there were other, 5 task force which has been initiated, and they are closely working with the government to, in terms of streamlining policies for future. So the ecotourism task force is working on a comprehensive state responsible tourism policy. And of course, a standard operating procedure for the industry and, state sustainable and responsible tourism mission. This is indeed very, very encouraging because let me tell you one thing. The sustainability of sustainable tourism needs to be on ground. Every single stakeholders, every, person from the host community, they really need to know and understand, adopt and implement those policies. Otherwise, this would be only on papers. There will not be any, practical implementation, which is not intended basically. The community-friendly activities. There are 2 key focal areas as far as what West Bengal government is working on. This, I think, this can be followed by every single person associated with the industry. And like, for example, I'm a tour operator and we brand ourselves, or we declare ourselves as a responsible destination management company. We are earth-friendly. We care about the local community and we protect the wildlife. So within our limited capacity, we do understand our responsibility towards these 3 areas. And we do as much as possible. I can give you some example, and it can be practiced by any of the person, any of the stakeholders who are associated with this industry. Be it a hotelier, be it a taxi driver, be anyone who is associated with the industry. I have seen something very, very interesting in the past. I was, I think it was almost about 8 or 9 years back. I was traveling to Sundarban, and it was a Sunday morning, probably January. And there were a lot of boats, this time, during this time of the year, there are a lot of, local boats. People go there for, a picnic day trip and they come back. So there are a lot of boats in and around, Gaotkali. What happened, I realized that somebody from one of those boats, that person, throws a plastic bottle in the river. Okay. Now what happened next was amazing. Every forest guide from all the boats surrounding that boat, they started shouting on that person and forced that boat to go and pick up that plastic bottle and take it back in their respective boat, which was very, very encouraging. That means the local community, they're so much concerned about the impact of that plastic bottle floating on the river. This is what exactly we need to practice. And today's date, if I ask any of the tour operator that what is your role in ensuring, or what is your sustainable tourism policy? What is your role in terms of implementing responsible travel? He said, okay, I provide reusable plastic water bottles. It cannot be limited up to reusable plastic water bottles. It has to be wherever, whatever it's possible, you have to act responsibly. The travel industry, we have 3 different components in tourism. We have the tourist, we have the travel as an industry, and we have the destination and its host community. These are the 3 major components in the tourism ecosystem. Now, the travel industry, they play the most important role to implement sustainable tourism practices. Why? Because they kind of create a bridge between the tourist and the host community. So that industry is comprising of tour operator, travel agent, transport operator, tourist guide, hoteliers, small hotels, big hotels, everybody in this industry. So every person working in that hotel, that gentleman standing there, he needs to understand the meaning of responsible travel. He needs to understand what is sustainable tourism practice. The day he will understand what is sustainable tourism practice, what is responsible tourism, we will be able to achieve our target. And that is exactly our target. This is not a rocket science, very simple thing to understand, adopt, and implement. Everywhere we go, the tour operator, like I've told you, it cannot be limited up to providing reusable plastic bottle to the client. It is something beyond that. I will give you some practical example. Wherever is possible, I try and ensure that I do not encourage any tourist to book any activities which involves a wild animal. Like elephant safari, you know that a lot of people do go and visit Jaldapara Wildlife Sanctuary or Assam. They ask for elephant safari. Now we discourage people to book elephant safari with us. We try promote more and more of like homestays and hotels which is locally owned. They have their own policies. Adanya was talking about women empowerment. We ensure the 50% of the guides that we employ should be women. That's our policy. The 50%, we assign guides for our tourists. They come here to explore the city of Calcutta. Even they go, wherever it's possible, we ensure the 50% guide should be a woman. So this is the way. So there are two ways to apply those things. One is during your day-to-day business. Whenever you're doing your business, you always remember, see different principle. Your eco-friendly activities in terms of energy conservation, water conservation, and minimum possible usage of natural resources. I have wasted 5 pages here. It was not required because I have the same thing in my on my mobile. So I'm not practicing that correctly. This sense has to be there inside there. So minimum possible usage of natural resources. Now, this is a very good example. This is an electronic board. So normally what we use, something like that, why we have written reserved. So, and second thing is that the maximum possible usage of recycled product. So this can be practiced anywhere, everywhere by everybody. This only proves your sense of responsibility towards ecology, environment, people, and culture. That is something what is required. Now, the host communities, they not necessarily understand this thing. We do interact with, that's why we said the service providers are the most important component in the entire tourism ecosystem. So the host community needs to be encouraged. They need to be empowered so that tourism becomes their substitute for sustainable development and main source of livelihood in the days to come. Now, if the industry, if you as a traveler, if you are traveling to, say, around Darjeeling and Sikkim, you would like to travel to Darjeeling and Sikkim. You wanted to stay in 3-star or 4-star or 5-star hotel. But if you choose to stay in a homestay, in any of the villages, you are actually indirectly helping that villager, the host, a person from the host community to make tourism as their primary source of livelihood. This sense needs to be there within the mind of the traveler. The industry, the tourism industry, they also should be equally concerned to encourage the traveler. So if you're traveling, you're staying in 3-5-star hotel, why don't you stay in a homestay? Why don't you stay in this property? This is a locally owned property. So this is also our responsibility. If I don't tell you, we will never know. And third is that the homestay, the people, the hospitality people, this needs a lot of upskilling, skill development, capacity building program, so that they understand all these things. These are not rocket science, very simple things, but they need to be understood. We need to make them understand that what is this all about. This is a total ecosystem. I'm talking for half an hour from here, and then after I leave, you forget everything. Doesn't make any sense. Gone. Everything is gone. So again, the sustainability of sustainable tourism largely depend on the awareness across every segment of the travel industry, tourism industry, host communities, and the travelers, of course. That means we all are equally responsible to make it happen. And thanks to the government department, the state tourism department, the Ministry of Tourism, the trade bodies like ICC, who are actually organizing an event like that to make it happen. Thank you very much. And I wish you all my best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Datta. I think you really elaborated on how and in what way each and every individual connected with the tourism industry can contribute towards a sustainable tourism and responsible tourism. Thank you very much. May I now request Dr. Sudipto Narayan Roy for his kind address. Dr. Roy is an expert on Ayush, and when we talk about medical tourism, a lot of inflow into the country for medical tourism. I think Ayush has a big role to play to contribute towards the medical tourism. So over to Dr. Roy.
Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen, respected dignitaries on the dais. I am from a different sector altogether. I am from healthcare and wellness sector. So wellness is a sector which is a sector of the future. As per Invest India records, wellness industry is rather Ayush wellness industry is going to be a $7 trillion industry by 2025, the global number. So it's quite a big number. And the medical value tourism, where we partner ourselves, the healthcare industry and you, the tourism industry, partner ourselves. So that is valued to be $13 billion by 2026. This is also as per the Invest India numbers. So what is Ayush? Ayush is a segment. It's a medical segment which consists of Ayurveda. A stands for Ayurveda, Y stands for Yoga and Naturopathy, U stands for Unani, S stands for Siddha and Soarikpa, and H stands for Homeopathy. So these are the alternative systems of medicines. But in India, these are recognized system of medicines or medical practices. And this is also a national system of medicine. It is practiced in India. So Ayurveda, as we all know, is a popular science. It's already, none of us here would be there who haven't heard about Ayurveda. So Ayurveda is a known ancient science. Yoga is a vast chapter. It's a philosophy, but a part of yoga is also related to healthcare. And that is also incorporated as one of these system of therapy. And Unani, this is a science which was developed in Greece, and through Middle East, it came to India. And today, it is one of the national system of medicine which is practiced in India. Then comes Siddha. It is the oldest system of medicine. It is pre-Vedic. It is known as pre-Vedic. It's before the Ayurvedas. So currently it is practiced in many places in southern part of India. Then comes Soarikpa. Soarikpa is the Buddhist system which is a Tibetan medical system, which is also practiced in few parts of Ladakh and in few parts of Arunachal. And last comes homeopathy. Homeopathy is a science which was discovered in Germany by Dr. Samuel Hahnemann. But you will be glad to know that India is known as the home of homeopathy. Here, there are more than 3 lakh practitioners. All over the world, the number is less than 2 lakhs. And in India alone has 3 lakhs of homeopathic practitioners. And India is having the largest number of homeopathic manufacturing units all over the world. So these system of medicines are also prevalent in other parts of the world. You must have known of the Ayush Ministry. In 2014, it became a full-fledged ministry. Before it was the Department of Indian System of Medicines and Homeopathy. It was known as ISM and H under the healthcare, under the health ministry. So now this ministry is focusing on many aspects to promote Ayurveda, to promote Indian systems of medicines. And doing so, there is a focus on how to integrate medical value tourism with Ayush. And Government of India has taken few steps to enhance the medical tourism. So the uniqueness of Ayurveda in India gives us a fair chance to lead the wellness tourism market, which is drawing an older and pro-healthier population from all over the world. The government has also undertaken numerous measures in this area, including NABH certification of healthcare organizations and colleges, which adds an extremely valuable degree of confidence. The launch of Ayush Visa is another important decision which will enable the patients to get quick and lengthy visas for their Ayush therapies. The main objective of the Ayush Visa is to make it easier for the people all over the world to get these therapies and encourage the use of non-conventional medical treatments and healing methods. As a result, the medical tourism sector in India has a promising future. From another angle, this visa is basically an additional way to promote Indian tourism. India is already a well-liked vacation spot for visitors from abroad, and medical tourism is on the rise. This demand is anticipated to grow even more with the Ayush Visa supporting the development of nation's economy in the same time. But now, the point of concern is that whether our hospitality industry is ready for this medical tourism. Are we ready with the infrastructure? Because as a vacation spot or as a tourism, we are already, India is self-sufficient, but this medical tourism would require a little bit different approach. So are we ready? So if we are not ready, we should better be ready, because there would be a lot of inflow. Since Government of India and Ministry of Ayush has set up their offices in 40 other countries, and they would be promoting Indian Ayurveda and Indian yoga over there. So people from those countries are going to visit the land of yoga, the land of Ayurveda for various therapies. You must be knowing that since the world is changing and the dynamics is changing in this in this world, psychosomatic derangement is a very big issue. 75% of the diseases are now of psychosomatic origin, and yoga and Ayurveda gives solution to it. So lot of inflow of tourists for this medical tourism would be here. So are we ready? If not, we should look at this dimension also. So I would request all the stakeholders of the tourism industry to kindly look into this Ayush aspect of tourism and prepare yourself, because in the coming days, Ayush tourism is going to be one of the very big contributors to Indian tourism sector. I thank Indian Chamber of Commerce to giving me this opportunity to share my views on this. And I especially thank Bodhisattva for still remembering me. Thank you, everybody, for your patient hearing.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Roy. I think you have well explained the role of Ayush, the traditional medicines, and how it could probably play a vital role in medical tourism for treating the tourists from abroad who come in for medical treatment. Thank you very much. Devjit, I think you wanted to have a little bit of a panel discussion, understand a little bit more from the speakers on dais before we open it to the forum.
Yeah, thank you, Bodhisattva. Ajantadi, it was a very nice insight about the, your initiatives. But tourism, as we know, is the largest employing industry, and there are a lot of possibilities for women in tourism. So what do you think is exactly, because the government, from the government side, what initiative government should take to ensure maximum possible opportunities for women in tourism, and especially considering our rural areas and the kind of product that we are going to develop, working on. So there are a lot of possibilities for women in tourism, especially from the host communities. And it can be a substitute for their sustainable development and, of course, livelihood.
And thank you, Devjit. Actually, while working, the challenges that I am facing when I'm working with the women on conservation, of course, we are working on fishing cats and asking the people to conserve, but to continue with the work, the tourism can act as a very, very important means. And the main thing is skill. The skills are necessary, and it is not possible that they come into Kolkata or in a major cities, leaving their home and stay there here for 4-5 days. Rather, the trainers should reach them at their place. So this is a crisis that we are facing. We are not having the requisite number of trainers who are willing to do this and go to these extreme remote places. You have to travel 7 hours from here to reach Kumirmari. So you have to stay there.
But I can share one experience. The state is running extensive skill development initiative through PBSSD, Paschim Bengal Society for Skill Development, for guide training. I'm associated with that also. I've done it in, Godkhali. I've done it in many different places in Sundarban. It's been done, but the participation from the, women participation is very, very less, what I can see.
Yeah, because they don't find any linkage to it, that how being trained, they will be skillfully employed. So they don't find that linkages. So we are giving the training from our perspective that, okay, guide training comes as this. What she is there in the field. Like what I would like to say is that usually, suppose we take a case of Sundarban. The tourists that you come to Godkhali, then stay in a boat, move, stay in a hotel, and then again next day, and then go away. But there is no possibility of exploring in the village by itself. But this, as in the morning time, a boardwalk guide. This should be part of the
that's village life experience that every tour operator's dream. Actually, we extensively work with such products, village life experience, honey hunting trip.
Exactly.
So these are very high sellable products in today's market. Only gap is that we need to be very practical about the availability of skilled human resources. I designed something, for example, I designed a confluence of culture work to in Calcutta. Then whenever there is a requirement, I don't find a skilled person who can actually run and manage such activity. So it is go hand in hand. Product development and skill development go hand in hand. So what we need is basically proper resource person development program. I think NGOs like what we have been running can play a very vital role, because you work with the grassroots community, the host community, and there's so many things. I think this can be, if we can put it forward to the administration, that we need to loop in the NGOs and have at least one tourism resource person in every NGO who can actually consider the kind of initiative each NGO can take in terms of encourage the host community for tourism, to be a part of the tourism industry. I think by and large that would help us a lot to have this specific area segment of our industry to reach in the last, like in the villages and the communities.
Absolutely right. And not only NGOs, there are a lot of community groups in the villages, clubs, and we can very well engage them into all these. Because as you know, tourism, as I've always seen, it's a very holistic approach. It has a very holistic developmental impact on the rural lives. So why not we harness the local community actors?
Yeah, I think here within our audience, there are so many people, they work with the communities. Can I have the hands, please? How many people actually working with the communities, villages and communities, and they are from the mainstream tourism? I was talking to that lady before just coming inside, then she is working something in Pedong. We met earlier also. So I think many of us, they actually work very closely with the community. Nasreen is there. She was talking about something with the rural textiles. She's been working on that. So many of us, directly or indirectly, somehow we are associated with the host communities. So I think it is a responsibility of each member of the industry to encourage and promote. See, for the industry, women empowerment is definitely something we discuss and talk these days. But something like fair trade policy, that is something that is a part of the responsible tourism practice. Fair trade policy is for the industry, primarily is for the industry, that you share a part of your revenue with the host community. So the transfer of your revenue, fair part of your revenue to the host community, that's called fair trade policy. Now these are the things, ideas and concepts that we really need to understand and adopt and implement every segment. That's we can actually make sustainable tourism really sustainable. Thank you. Mr. Roy, you have been, this is a very interesting segment, wellness, Ayush and wellness tourism. Normally, medical tourism is a sector which is still underdeveloped. I'm a part of the State Medical Tourism Board. And what I understand in this room, how many tour operators are there or travel agents are there? I can see very old. Shamurda is here. Shamurda has been there for decades, I think before I was in the industry, long before. So many of us, how many tour operators and travel agents are there? I think many of us are there. How many really understand what medical tourism is? Very few. See the hands? Because this is the problem. So I'll tell you, I realized this thing, that the tourism industry do not really understand what is medical tourism, and the medical industry, they really do not understand how tourism works. So this is the primary challenge. If the major component of the medical tourism is basically medical service provider and travel service provider, tourism service provider. Unfortunately, both these segments do not know each other. They don't understand their business model. It's very simple. Being a tour operator, I do understand one thing. It's somebody from the neighboring countries or some from other countries. They come here for a treatment. There can be two kinds of things. One is repairing, one is maintenance. The repairing is basically medical tourism, and the maintenance part is actually wellness tourism. That enhances your well-being, physical well-being, mental well-being. That is called well-being tourism. Here, what is wellness tourism? Spa. Absolutely wrong idea. It is, am I correct or am I right or wrong? If you ask anybody, what is medical, what is wellness tourism? Spa. It's wrong, absolutely wrong. It's not spa, I'm sorry. This is this is the bottleneck that we are having, that we really need to, again, lot of awareness required in terms of, it's a very interesting area to work actually. What happens is basically, if you, some of the countries, Western countries, for a simple treatment, dental treatment, you become mental. It's so expensive. And the same cost, you can come here, you can have your treatment done, and you can explore the destination. So by means of having proper medical infrastructure and medical tour operator, you can actually have increase your incoming traffic, generate more foreign exchange revenue, create more jobs for the host community. And this is very interesting segment. So what really needs to be done is basically awareness. Again, I'm telling you, again, this segment needs a lot of awareness campaign, lot of workshop to be done by run by the State Tourism Department, the Ministry of Tourism, just to industry, to let them understand what exactly is medical tourism, how it works. Wellness, again, I can tell you, this is basically wellness is, what is wellness? Ayurveda, things like Ayurveda, yoga, these are our heritage. This is something we have been carrying, we can explore these things to earn more revenue. For example, I think, Mr. Mukherjee, you remember, I think a couple of years back, I have shown a presentation in Siliguri, in the CII, some event organized by CII only. I think the Doers region, you all are aware about Doers? The Doers region can be the best place to promote wellness tourism. Am I right or wrong? Look, just think about the geographical location of the region. Surrounded by the biggest opportunity that we have in this part of the world is our shared border opportunities. This is called Eastern South Asia, which is a biggest global circuit. Eastern India and the Sub-Himalayan eastern neighbors of Bhutan, Nepal, and Bangladesh. And this is the area Doers is actually in the foothills of Himalayas, which is basically can be a hub for medical and wellness tourism because of the geographical location, because of the close proximity to the international border, because of the close proximity to the major tourist destination like Darjeeling, like Sikkim, like northeastern part of India. So you can have a 5-day or 10-day or 6 days holiday, and then you can have a wellness, treatment done in Doers, somewhere in Doers. So this is the opportunity. It will not only create more business opportunity for the industry, but create more opportunities for the local host communities. Because whenever we are talking about people coming and staying for a longer duration in a specific destination, that needs more human resources. And when we are talking about something about a wellness tourism, that needs more skilled human resources. So I just want to know your comments about awareness and creating skilled human resources, because we can keep on talking about wellness tourism, but at the end of the day, we'll end up having a spa only because we don't have proper human resources who can actually, because I can do it now. I need skilled human resources. I cannot afford to have somebody from Kerala coming here. We have a lot of heritage like that. Like for example, in Kurseong, there is a hotel called Cochrane Palace. You know that hotel? That's one of the most interesting character properties that I have ever seen in my life. Cochrane Place, they have a small treatment center where they provide tea stick massage. Have you heard about that? Very interesting and sounds a bell. Tea is something which is one of the major USP in that region. So, but people who can actually deliver that kind of service are very few in number. So we have all heard about Ayurveda. How many of us actually heard about Kobiraji? Kajon suneche Kobirajir kotha? Oi dekhun. So many people, Kobiraji is basically a traditional form of treatment in Bengal. I am talking about undivided Bengal and Bangladesh. So we have never thought about Kobiraji can be an alternative for Ayurveda. There are so many things like that. So my first question I would like to know from you is that how the industry or the Ayush can contribute to the development of skilled human resources in terms of providing wellness or developing wellness tourism, and what role the government should play to promote wellness and medical tourism in this part of the world, because the possibilities are huge. Thank you.
You have raised certain pertinent questions, Debjit. First, I want to say that the government, rather the Ayush Ministry, is already developing a lot of human resources programs, because if you talk about Ayurveda, or you talk Ayurveda is a degree course they have for the doctors, but for yoga, there were a lot of yoga schools, but how many of them were properly certified? So now government is coming up with a lot of programs, and a lot of yoga trainers, certified yoga trainers from Ayush is being developed. And the awareness of Ayush is growing day by day. Not before COVID, people had so much of confidence on the Ayush segments. But yes, in COVID period, we have seen, and in this part of the country, especially in Bengal, homeopathy is much more popular than Kobiraji, or Kobiraji is basically, yes, it's basically the Bengal Ayurveda. So I had already given a proposal to the government of West Bengal to revive and rejuvenate the Bengal Ayurveda, which was once the most vibrant medical system practiced in not only in the not only in Bengal, but also in Southeast Asia. So this is a little bit different from that of the Ayurveda, which we know, because this science was developed here only. So a lot of us don't know about this Bengal Ayurveda or the Chakrapani school of thought. Yes, there is a very big opportunity. Like that of Kerala model, we can think about the Kerala model. Today, when we think about Ayurveda, we say Kerala Ayurveda, but Ayurveda was not developed in Kerala. It was developed somewhere in Kashmir, in those areas, rather in the Himalayas and the sub-Himalayan areas. But we here have a different heritage, which we are unaware of. So this kind of program would make us more aware of these facts. And you must be knowing that homeopathy is one of the science which is practiced in Bengal. And Bengal is known as Calcutta is known as the pioneer for homeopathy. Yes. And it is having more than 800 manufacturers based out of Calcutta and suburban. So it's already a hub. There is a proposal for declaring it as a hub, and there are a lot of proposals from us to revive this science. And already it has been given to government of West Bengal, how we can revive this homeopathic system of medicine. You must be knowing that there are a lot of patients from Bangladesh and also from Myanmar coming to Calcutta for treatment in homeopathy. Yes. And those numbers are not in thousands, but in lakhs.
No.
Wonderful. And awareness program, yes, not only we have to just, we can't sit and just what government is doing. We as a private sector also, we have to come forward, like that of, I'm one of the board of governor in Brentwood University, which is one of the leading university. Right now, it's maybe one of the largest private university. So there we have developed for the graduates, Ayush awareness programs, because this Ayush subject is relatively new for us. It's a sector specific, a niche subject it was. But for the way the segment is growing, we need a lot of skilled people. It's not only that in travel sector you are lacking. We as Ayush sector, we are lacking skilled people. So there are initiatives being taken.
Ayush can be a major component of the travel.
Yeah, because if you see the numbers, you didn't know that in Calcutta only we are having such inflow for homeopathic treatment. Yes, and I have already given a proposal to the previous minister of West Bengal government that in the Duars region, the tea gardens, a part of the tea gardens, I think it's already a government policy that part of the tea garden can be used as a travel and tourism part. So there you can jolly well develop wellness centers where people can go for yoga and meditation and other therapies. And this Ayush therapy is not just only restricted to psychosomatic derangements and others, but like that of post-surgical therapies, rehabilitation therapies, or the post therapies after the chemotherapy. Ayush segment is doing well. And in Kerala, you will find a lot of resorts are there where this kind of treatments are going on. And they are mostly filled up with foreign travelers. And there is one of my friend, I should not advertise them, but one of my friend in Bangalore, they are having one wellness center where the current, the King of United Kingdom, he was erstwhile the prince at that point of time. He used to come for the wellness treatment, rather homeopathy and Ayurvedic treatment over there. So it's quite popular among the, especially this Bangalore wellness center is quite popular among the Westerners. But if you today log on to their website, you will not get a date before next 3 months. So already there is a inflow. We have to be aware of that and we have to reorganize. And what I am saying is that today, I think this would be a first kind of means interaction between Ayush industry and travel industry. But in coming days, you may have seminars going on just Ayush tourism, because this introduction of Ayush visa is going to enhance a lot of things. And you must be knowing that for the quality control and regulation, the WHO has set up its headquarters for traditional medicine in India in April last year. And the quality part is being taken care as per the matrix or the global matrix, or global indices. Now it's time for us to be aware of our wisdom and the things which we can offer, and accordingly our tourism sector, the stake owners should be thinking about investing their time, energy and money into this Ayush segment. That would be my submission.
Thank you, Dr. Roy, for this wonderful insight. I must appreciate. How many of you present in this hall actually finding this interaction informative and interesting? I need to see the hands. Thank you very much. Okay, now before we go proceed further, I think may I have, yes,
we can take a few questions.
Few questions from the audience. Anything you'd like to clarify? Yes, please. The gentleman in the back, the two. Can we have somebody to pass on the mic, please?
Yeah, this is Shantanu Banerjee from Nature Wings Holidays Limited. So my question, especially to Madam Ajanta De, is that see, there are a lot of scope in rural holidays and in terms of homestays and promoting the villagers, all these things. But somewhere we are lacking of passing on the information to the general public for those locations. I mean, what are the available place to stay, how to go there, what will be the expenditure. So if we collaborate all together, us like travel agents and the government people like you, and collaborate and find out some way to make it successful, that the rural tourism is passed on to the general public, that information. So it will be helpful in my opinion. So my question is, are we doing something on that? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. We understand this gap and we are trying to make the visibility, but I'm sure that government here also can help, have a very important role to make this network working and people. And one thing I would take this opportunity to have women, you have to go beyond the business as usual, doing as usual. You have to craft ideas so that we can include them. If we think of a day-long guiding tour with them, it is not possible for them because they have to look at their children, their home, that is their primary area of focus in a village. But if we can craft 2 hours, 3 hours, maybe some work, some craft training with the people, maybe some mud bath like of a thing in the Sundarban or anywhere. We are also working in.
I can give a simple, in simple words. We often talk about a destination. We never talk about the product. People don't go to the destination. Definitely they go to the destination, but before going to the destination, they buy that destination. To convert that destination to market friendly, you have to make some changes to make it, to convert that into a product. And a product has to be a consumer statement, cannot be a manufacturer statement. So whatever you are selling, the people should buy that thing. So whatever the experience she was talking about is basically something which actually people, there are market segments, they are ready to buy that at a premium cost, and they're more concerned about the ecology, environment, and
Exactly. The story sells. I've always seen that the story is, which is a very powerful tool in a tourism sector. And the story is what we have to sell.
Thank you. Thank you. The gentleman at the back, and then the lady with the red sweater, and then I think this gentleman in front. Gentleman.
Can we have the mic here in front?
Hello. Yeah, this is Shorojit Roy. I am having a small boutique property by the Ganges, very much near to Kolkata. As Devjit has rightly said, that we are yet to understand medical tourism. It's right. We have a property, we have some space, and we have Vipassana Kendra just 50 meters from our property. But Vipassana Kendra is not at all a tourist friendly one. They are having courses, and that has to be booked very long ago. And there are so many restrictions on that. And I don't think tourists will be that much interested in having so much of restrictions. So what we can just think about after in taking this session, that we may also convert some of the places to be wellness center or promoting the Ayurveda or Ayush, what we were just talking about. But as we are just novice and we don't know anything about that, so how Ayush can help us in developing that? We have a property, we have on the Ganga, and Vipassana Kendra is just 50 meters away from that, and it's very proximity from Kolkata. It's only 45 minutes from here. How it can be, how Ayush can help us to grow as a local.
I think, Mr. Roy, you can contact Bodhisattva after this program, and we can work out a strategy. And for your information, I tell you, there is one monastery in Chiang Mai in Thailand. They are also offering the same Vipassana meditation courses, but they're outside the monastery. The economy has developed centering around that course and that monastery. So after completing the process or before the process, if there is anything, any strategy that can be worked out, or the people accompanying the person who is going for the course, they can stay at your place and they can have some feel of the other things beside the area. We can work out a strategy like that, because I have seen that in Chiang Mai, it's quite a vibrant economy centering around that the monastery. So we can work out. I think the
Sure.
Bodhisattva, you can.
If I may be allowed to ask, I think Surajit, the major problem is here, what we are talking about is basically gap of understanding. See what happens, by and large, the society and the industry do not understand tourism as an industry, how this industry works. Forget about sustainable tourism, forget about medical and wellness, far away. But even with tourism, my mother, when I was studying, I was doing my post-graduation in tourism, my mother was asking that, to guiding শিখতে পড়তে যাচ্ছিস কেন ইউনিভার্সিটিতে? Why are you going to learn guiding? You will be, talking in a coach. I said, that's a very, honored profession, but definitely. So the understanding is that if you speak to anybody within your community and society, that do you have any idea that, what is my role as a tourism professional, as a tourism expert? I will assure you, 90% of the people will not be able to answer your question properly. They don't have a clear idea. So what I mean to say is that these facilities, these experiences, these services, that can be a major touristic interest and major tourist, experience for tourists. But they need to understand how tourism works. They really need to be, there should be a resource person in each of those institute. That resource person, not only those institute, every department should have a resource person, the department or the institute or the organization who are related to the industry. There should be a resource person who actually know and understand how the industry works. Then only this kind of gap will be fulfilled. What you need to do, you need to talk to them that this is, you have to make a part of this touristic. This is what is our demand. And you have to supply accordingly, then only it will go. And you can write to the tourism department, and we together, I think you can write to the industry person, and we can together, we can make it happen. Thank you.
Devjit, I think we need to pause here because of the paucity of time. I think the formal part of the session has to come to a close. However, ladies and gentlemen, all the okay, very quick. Is there a real question from the two people? Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. I am Bijoyti, and I was listening to the session, and what I felt is that there is really a gap. I mean, ma'am was saying that we need to sell the story first, and the products which are selling, I mean, the tourism properties. I mean, he was also saying that he has a Vipassana wellness center. Wellness is something like tea tourism also comes under wellness, but what we understand as travel agents would be like, we go to a place and just see the tea and it comes back to us like that. So my thing is that we are also having a lot of bloggers and bloggers who are unauthorized way in an unauthorized.
Can you come to the question?
Yes, right. So in an unauthorized way, they are selling the properties and all that. They are not really selling stories or anything. So we as an agent, what are the government doing to, I mean, we are part of the Travel Agents Association and everything. So is there any way to curb that?
I'll tell you first, you know Shivaji?
Yes.
Shivaji is a part of our ecotourism committee, and Shivaji has given responsibility to get all the bloggers together,
Right.
and we will be having a workshop on sustainable tourism.
Okay.
So that every blogger on their next blog, they speak about the community, they speak about the sustainability, and they speak about the responsible travel. So this has already been taken care of.
Thank you so much.
Second thing is that in the days to come, you will find a lot of workshop to be done with the industry. So that gap will also be fulfilled. Thank you. I think that answers your question. Last
Yes.
question from the gentleman. Thank you.
Quickly, can we have the mic?
হাই, আমি রামগোপাল চ্যাটার্জি। আমি মোরালেস 30 বছর এই ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে পার করে ফেলেছি। তো আমি দিদির কাছে একটা কোশ্চেন আমার আছে, যে আমরা মেনলি সুন্দরবনে বা অন্যান্য গ্রামে, রুরাল পশ্চিমবঙ্গে আমরা নিয়ে যাই এবং ওল্ড এজকে নিয়ে যাই ফর এগ্রিকালচার ট্যুরিজম। এবং আমরা একটা ইন্টিগ্রেটেড ফার্ম হাউস করতে পেরেছি, 2-3টে ইন্টিগ্রেটেড ফার্ম হাউস করতে পেরেছি, যেখানে মানুষ গিয়ে পরে থাকতে পারে এবং তারা স্পেন্ড করতে পারে। এবং আমি দেখেছি ধরুন সিনিয়র সিটিজেন যারা আছে তারা গিয়ে আলু তুলছে, ধান বুনছে, আমরা এটা করি অফবিট, মানে একদম অফবিট, আমার ট্যুরিজমটা একদম নতুন, বা কিছু ফেস্টিভ্যাল করি। মুশকিল আমাদের হয়ে যায় যে আমরা কমিউনিকেট করতে পারি না, মানে টু দ্য সিটিজেন অফ কলকাতা অ্যান্ড আদার সিটি, তো আমরা কমিউনিকেট করতে পারি না। দিল্লি বোম্বে থেকেও অনেক আসতে চায়, দেখতে চায় বেঙ্গল ফার্মিং, এবং আমরা অর্গানিক ফুড ইনগ্রিডিয়েন্টস সাপ্লাই পর্যন্ত করি, যেটা সুন্দরবনের মানুষ, যেমন আপনি বললেন কুমিরমারির কথা, আমি কুমিরমারি, বালি, সত্যনারায়ণপুর, বিরাজমণি, গোসাবা, আমার ঘোরা ফ্রম 2009, তো আমি কন্টিনিউ করছি। তো দিদি, আমরা এই কমিউনিকেশনটা, এবং দেবজিৎ বাবু খুব সুন্দরভাবে বলছে, আমরা এই কমিউনিকেশনটা চাই, এবং কলকাতার কিছু ট্যুর অপারেটর এটাতে আসুক, এটা মানে কিভাবে সম্ভব?
You are the Devjit, you are the best person in the
আমি আপনাকে বলি, আপনার ভাষায় বুঝিয়ে বলি। পর্যটক, পর্যটন, গন্তব্য, তিনটে পার্ট তো, টুরিস্ট, ট্যুরিজম অ্যান্ড ডেস্টিনেশন। এবার পর্যটক যেভাবে গন্তব্যে গিয়ে পৌঁছায় সেটাকে পর্যটন বলে। পর্যটনের একটা পরিভাষায় একটা কথা আছে, সেটাকে বলে সাপ্লাই চেন। পর্যটক কিভাবে গিয়ে গন্তব্যে পৌঁছাবে, আপনাকে সেই জায়গাটা বুঝতে হবে। আজকে ডিজিটাল যুগে, ট্রাভেল টেকনোলজির যুগে পর্যটনের ব্যাপারটা অন্যরকম হয়ে যাচ্ছে। ইউ হ্যাভ টু বি ইকোনমিক্যালি সাস্টেনেবল, ইকোলজিক্যালি সাস্টেনেবল, ডিজিটালি সাস্টেনেবল। ডিজিটালি সাস্টেনেবলটা খুব ইম্পর্টেন্ট কথা। টুডেজ ডেট ইউ হ্যাভ টু বি ডিজিটালি সাস্টেনেবল, ইউ নিড টু আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ড হাউ ট্রাভেল টেকনোলজি ওয়ার্কস। তো আপনার যে কনসার্নটা যে কি করে পৌঁছাবো, আপনাকে সাপ্লাই চেনটা বুঝতে হবে। আজকে সময় কম, বেশি বলা নেই, আমার বলতে শুরু করলে আমি থামতে চাই না। তো আমি আগামী দিনে আমার সাথে যোগাযোগ করবেন, আমি ডেফিনেটলি এটা নিয়ে অনেক বেশি আলোচনা করতে খুশি হব। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Thank you so much. I think we come to the pre-lunch session because Devjit, I can see people really, waiting for their lunch. They've been here since morning. But before we close, may I request Mr. Chandar Manshramani, the chairman of the ICC National Tourism Committee, to kindly hand over a small token of appreciation to the panelists. To Mr. Devjit Dotto. Thank you, Mr. Datta. To Dr. Sudipto Narayan Roy. And to Miss Ajanta De. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to the end of the pre-lunch session. We will now break for lunch. Lunch is served outside, but let us assemble in the hall exactly at 2:40 so that we have a very, very interesting post-lunch session, very eminent speakers. And we also conclude here the pre-lunch session with a hope that we will have Honorable MIC Tourism join us in the post-lunch session. That is the latest update. So may I request all of you to be back here by 2:40. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request all of you to please come back to the room? May I request all of you to kindly come back to the hall? We are starting with our closing session for the first day. A very, very interesting session on MICE tourism and some very prominent speakers. May I request all of you to please come back to the room? In the next 5 minutes, we are going to start the session. Good afternoon. May I request all of you to kindly settle down in the room, please? And people sitting at the back, may I request all of you to come in front? I would now request the speakers for the session to kindly join on the head table, please. Mr. Vijay Shrikant. Mr. Shrikant, can we have you at the head table? Ms. Gurleen Kaur. Ma'am, can we have you at the head table? Mr. Vinay Agarwal. Ms. Nidhi Sharma. Mr. Adhip Nath Palchaudhary from Bamallari. Mr. Debashish Sen is on his way and he will join us in the next 10 minutes. I can see a lot of people standing at the back. May I request you to please take your seats? People standing at the back, may I request you to please come and take your seats? I know post-lunch is always a little bit of a challenge, but I believe that we need to start so that, we can honor the timings at least, if not anything else. So this is, as I mentioned during the course of the inaugural session, that one of the focus areas for Travel India 2023 would be our focus on MICE tourism. Hello? আমাদের চারটে অবধি তো থাকবোই আমরা। আসবেন না কখন? 4:10 চারটে 10 ঠিক আছে we are there। একটু চারটের মধ্যে করলে খুব ভালো হয় স্যার। Okay, sir. Okay. Just got a information from MIC's Tourism West Bengal's office that he will be joining by 4 p.m. So I think that gives us a lot of hope that somehow he is trying to make it possible for the Travel India program. He was unwell in the morning, but he will definitely join us at 4 p.m. But in the meantime, let us start with our MICE tourism session, a very, very important aspect of tourism in east and northeast part of the country. And to take this through, we have a very, very distinguished panel of speakers. And I would request Mr. Vijay Shrikant, General Manager, Taj Bengal, and Area Director, West Bengal, for we are extremely happy and proud to have Mr. Debashish Sen with us. Sir, just to brief you, before we start the session, that Honorable MIC Tourism was not well in the morning, so he couldn't come for the inaugural, but just now his secretary called up saying that he will reach by 4 p.m. So I think we will close with the MIC's address. So, but for the time being, may I request Mr. Vijay Shrikant to have his opening remarks and also moderate this important session. Over to you, Mr. Shrikant. You can do it sitting, or if you want to use the podium, it's all yours.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon today and take forward this very interesting and topical session on MICE tourism, developing East and Northeast as a hub for MICE tourism. We're delighted to have with us a very distinguished panel of speakers who I will introduce when it comes to their turn to speak. But speaking about MICE tourism, a slight overview or perspective. The global exhibition industry contributes about $325 billion to the global economy, with nearly 32,000 exhibitions which took place pre-pandemic. That is in a year. In the global scenario, India ranks 28th with 1% of this figure. So having said that, with only 1% of this figure, India is still at the 28th position, which actually means that the bulk of the business is taken by the top 20 countries in the world, which has remained more or less unchanged since now. Prior to the pandemic, India has been growing at a rate of 8% in the MICE business, which means that there is a great opportunity going forward. The advantages which India brings with it to MICE tourism, which is something that we can tap into more meaningfully, is its varied aesthetic and cultural beauty, its natural landscapes, its diverse geography, as well as culture, cuisine. The infrastructure in the country has been improving all this while, and that we can even see in the city of Kolkata today, where we started with the Viswa Bangla Convention Center. And in this current financial year itself, we have opened up the exhibition hall also, which is clocking in a lot of business. It has made a big difference in terms of business opportunities, inquiries, which are taking place in the city of Kolkata. In fact, Kolkata is developing as one of the strongest cities for MICE in the country. India as a whole is a different story when we talk about it, right from its investment climate, which is attracting a lot of companies from abroad, and that itself is giving opportunities. India is also perceived as a great place to do business. It is a knowledge hub, whether it is in the IT industry, whether it is in the medical sphere. The growing economic strength of India, where it has moved to being, let's say, the 5th largest economy in the world, overtaking UK in the current financial year, is again an opportunity in itself. And India is expected to become the 4th largest economy before this decade gets over. In fact, some people say even by 2028. And by the middle of maybe the next decade, India is expected to become the 3rd largest economy, everything going as per plan. So an important element which, kind of showcases our potential and the possibility of what India brings to the table. A good example of this is the G20 presidency. So India today is being described as one of the bright spots in the world economy, both by the World Bank and the IMF. It is the fastest growing economy in the current financial year. That will also sustain into the following financial year. But it has also become an increasing and important voice on global events, both economic as well as geostrategic. So in this context and in this climate, the assumption of the G20 presidency of India also assumes a great significance, and it also becomes a great showcase for the potential that India has in the MICE business, because over the year, which is from the 1st of December till the 30th of November 2023, India will host over 200 meetings in over 50 cities. This is going to practically every state of India, and 50 different cities and their potential are being showcased. And apart from the professionalism, the hospitality, the service, the infrastructure, we are also getting the opportunity to showcase our diversity and the strength we have in that diversity, be it in terms of the culture, the heritage, the history, and the cuisine that we bring to the table. So this is, I think when we talk about MICE tourism, this is one thing which is actually giving us the platform to showcase India like never before. I would now like to invite Ms. Gurleen Kaur to take the session forward and to speak. Ms. Gurleen Kaur is the Senior Vice President, Tourism, Infrastructure Development and Corporation, Karnataka Limited. And she will be talking about MICE tourism in India, opportunities and challenges.
Thanks, Vijay. This is minor change. I am actually going to talk about potential of MICE in Northeast with a special focus on Meghalaya. And mainly, what does it take in a destination, or what are the destination attributes which are essential or required for a destination to be a MICE destination? What is it that attracts tourists? What is it that attracts event organizers? And what is it that Meghalaya is doing right to have many events in the coming future? Can you please? Another point is why Meghalaya, why being from Karnataka, am I talking about Meghalaya? So just to give you a brief introduction, that currently from IDEC as a tourism lead, I am working in my team is assisting about 13 states, including Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Jharkhand, Orissa, and Meghalaya. So we are doing substantial work for Meghalaya tourism, wherein we are actually assisting them in developing destinations which are of varied nature, whether it's an ecotourism or a rural tourism or adventure tourism destination, wherein MICE segment is very critical, and there are a couple of destinations that we are assisting them to develop from the MICE tourism perspective. Like Vijay rightly said, and we have been talking about it since morning, that MICE has got immense potential in India in the coming years. There are a lot of destinations that will be recognized globally, across the world, and India is largely working towards that. Just give me a moment, please. Yeah. So, like I said, the intent over here is to talk about what is it that it takes in a MICE destination. What are the attributes? So basically, if I have to sum it up, it's like amalgamation of multiple tourism products that could offer a very integrated and a holistic experience to a visitor. So this is not only in terms of accessibility, in terms of the amenities that these destinations offer, in terms of experiences that are there, the activities, and of course, last but not the least, affordability. So these are the factors which actually attract event organizer or the visitors, travelers who want to get there to experience MICE. The people who are actually traveling for MICE, if I can term, it's more like the intent is to convert MICE and extend it into a leisure tourism, wherein it becomes a business which is combined with leisure. And working with multiple states and working with Meghalaya, we realized that Meghalaya as a state has immense potential, and that is why I have brought in as a case study to be brought forward as a leisure tourism destination. Because when we talk about leisure, when we talk about MICE, we are saying a destination, what's the wow factor? What is it that you as a visitor go there and you are encouraged to come back What is it that brings you back? At the same time, when we are trying to combine with aspects of ecotourism, and we have been talking about sustainable tourism, then that's where a high-end, high-value uniqueness comes into picture, because we are not talking about mass tourism here. We are talking about a very niche tourism product over here. So what is it that is required to be developed in these destinations so that they can be positioned as high value destinations? They have a visibility on the international platform. There are event organizers who are not only from India, but from abroad, who would like to come here and have their MICE activities there. So considering that, of course, I'm not going to get into the footfall data of Meghalaya. You're all aware of that. But like many other states, the footfalls are growing drastically at high speed at about 20% per year, after, of course, minusing the COVID times, you know. So with the vision and with just strength that Meghalaya has, the idea over here was that when we got into Meghalaya as consultants or as advisors to the government for developing MICE, the idea was positioning MICE as one of the most influential MICE destination in the country, and wherein you are actually providing accessibility to the lesser known destinations in the state through a memorable and well curated experiences, you know. So when we are looking at MICE, we are just not looking at events and exhibitions, but actually a certain experience that is created wherein when you're coming for a business and you're extended to kind of enjoy the cuisine, the culture, the strengths of that destination. So also, of course, the objectives were like promoting entrepreneurship, capacity building was one of the important aspects that we considered, or we actually put it into our proposals very clearly, because at the end of the day, the locals have to be benefited, and for that they have to be trained, they have to be brought in forward, and that employment has to be generated for them. And also knowing well that MICE, the biggest advantage with MICE tourism is that it's non-seasonal. So throughout the year, there's a potential. So whether it's a florist or it's a photographer, you know, there's always a potential to create job opportunities for them. So it becomes a very, very prominent product from that perspective. So we looked at multiple, I'll say MICE hotels or destinations, or rather products across the country, which had a good balance with ecotourism and were following or adopting sustainable principles, and how those learnings could be taken forward to Meghalaya. So we looked at Tamara, we looked at, you know, a couple of them, even internationally, we looked at Ubud. And the intent was that when we are talking about any such destination where we don't want just a built structure or a architectural marvel, we have to kind of take that whole experience into the nature, connect it with the nature, provide varied experiences, bring in the culture, bring in the strengths of that destination in a sustainable manner and in an inclusive manner, wherein the community is also engaged. So that was the broader ideation on which we worked. We basically looked at visitors profiling, the kind of people who come to these destinations. What do they want? What do they need? What are the kind of facilities that need to be provided? And finally, what should be the varied products and experiential offerings? Of course, the accommodation ranging from resorts, high-end service apartments to, you know, conserved spaces, since we are talking about ecotourism and sustainability. So where they can actually experience the destination in totality, whether it's in terms of nature treks, whether it's in terms of route bridges, which are the strength of Meghalaya, or whether it is in terms of, you know, landscape gardens. Then of course it's event spaces and the public utilities, the amenities for which. So today when we step out and we want to stay for a night in a hotel, you know, we'll go to Make My Trip, we'll go to booking.com, we'll see what are the rates, what are the best available options, and where we are going to be comfortable. So over here, we're talking about multiple people coming into a destination. So the intent is, how are they comfortable? What is it? What are the memories that they make, and what is it that they take back with them? And like someone in the morning, one of the esteemed speakers said that it's all about people. It's all about the experiences that we create with people. So what, as a trained community, is able to offer to them, which they kind of bring back, and they are actually enticed to come back again and again, either as a part of a MICE or whether to experience other kind of tourism products. So there are multiple, and this is for all the tour operators here, there are multiple MICE facilities that are likely to come over the next 5 years. And for some, the constructions have started on ground, some are still on the paper. And also Meghalaya has been aggressively working on getting funds from ADB and NDB. So funds, thankfully, is not an issue for them. So these are some of the properties, or these are some of the upcoming projects that are likely to come in Meghalaya, and which probably have to sooner or later become a part of your itinerary. So the intent over here was that since we are working on these projects, which are likely to come up and which are being designed in a way which have all these amenities, facilities, and experiences which are required for a successful MICE destination. So I wanted to use this opportunity to get you aware this is something is likely to come. So please plan accordingly. So there is something which is coming up in Mawdyangdyang, which is a new Shillong, which is again a very holistic kind of a project where we are looking at having a hospitality zone, a cultural zone, and these are some of the ideations that are already in place. Some of these, it's about 170 crore project. Some of the monies are coming through a PPP investment. Partial monies are coming through the NDB funding. So these are some of the images in terms of the entrance. And also these designs have been done keeping in mind the site sensitivities, what goes at the site, the slopes, the views, the sustainability of the site, and how they don't look very artificial and they kind of merge with the nature. So whether we are talking about the event grounds or even spaces, they kind of flow efficiently into the nature. So similarly, another very potential project that is coming up is Mollendep. Mollendep again is right at the banks of Umiam Lake. If you would have visited Meghalaya, or the people who visit Meghalaya, I'm sure they know Umiam Lake. It's a very, very beautiful lake. So again, this is going to be a combination of resort with convention, and also convention facility, and also the event ground, which is going to kind of house about 300 people. As you know, Meghalaya is very strong in terms of having events. There are a lot of musical fests and events that happen very regularly. Recently, there was a cherry blossom and a lot of events that keep happening, and they keep looking for these kind of spaces. And that is why the intent is that if you actually go to the Northeast, the biggest challenge that one finds is in terms of having a decent accommodation. So actually, if you go today, you'll find some 3-4 recently Taj Vivanta has opened, thankfully, which is a blessing. But actually, there are a couple of operators who are kind of dominating the entire market, to great extent. Otherwise, they are very small players and the quality gets affected over there. So irrespective of the huge potential of the state, the lack of infrastructure in terms of accommodation, the lack of curated experiences, the lack of having platforms where locals can come forward and, present their strengths has been a factor, not only in Northeast and Meghalaya, but of course in other Northeastern states, where we have not been able to really bring forward that strength of Northeast in India out onto the international platform. So the intent over here is that since the fundings are available, there is so much natural beauty, there's so much to offer, and there's such a great need of such destinations to get together and work on it. So these are some of the ideations. This project is already on the tendering phase. So hopefully within 2 years, you should see on ground. The third one is the Umiam Lake Convention Center, which is an existing project which was constructed about 10 years back, but like a typical government building, very dilapidated and not in any, no wow factor where you kind of plan to go from Delhi to have an event. So the intent was just kind of bring it up, merge it with the other experience in the vicinity, and kind of make it a really holistic place. So these were some of the interventions that have been taken, which probably should be done in the next 6 months. And when you visit next time Meghalaya, you'll at least see 3 to 4 very decent, very high-end MICE destinations, which you would like to definitely integrate into your itineraries. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Gulreen. Thank you for sharing that information. Very interesting to understand how Meghalaya is opening up and what all it is doing and the various projects which are taking place. I would now like to call upon Mr. Vinay Agarwal. He's the coordinator, Eastern Region, Network of Indian MICE Agents, NIMA. And he will be speaking about the surge in MICE tourism industry in India, prospects and potentials. Over to you, Vinay.
So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries and to all my co-panelists. Thank you to the Indian Chamber of Commerce for giving NIMA this opportunity to present to this august audience here. I think Vijay opened up really well when he spoke about a few facts about the MICE industry, how that's important. And Ms. Kaur took us through a case study for Meghalaya, which gives us a clear insight of how MICE works and what is to be done to develop MICE. I'm going to talk about slightly more from a macro perspective, slightly more from how MICE affects trade, how MICE affects industry, why it's important for us, what we are doing right as a country. If we're talking about a surge in MICE in India, what are we doing right now? What could we be doing a little better? And I'll try and add a few stats and numbers to it to give a better perspective. So to start with, this fact was shared by Vijay earlier that India currently has only 1% market share in terms of the global MICE exhibition industry. So MICE obviously consists of meetings, incentives, conferences, events, exhibitions. So it's a large industry and it's difficult to track data as well. So, but as per estimates, the total global MICE industry is about $916 billion for the year of 2019, out of which exhibition industry, we have about a 1% share. But globally, the MICE industry is expected to grow at 6%. We plan to grow much faster. We plan to take 2% market share by the next 5 years, which means that the Indian MICE industry is expected to grow at a whopping 22%. So which is a huge growth rate, huge potential there for all the stakeholders in the MICE industry to grow with the industry growth. We spoke about the Indian convention ranking, where India ranked at 28th in 2019. Yes, the target that the government has given, in fact, as in their MICE policy strategy document, is that they want to be within the top 20 in the next 5 years. But we were actually at a rank of 25 in 2012. So very frankly, we've fallen below. We'd gone down to 35. We've increased our ranking a bit and we've come up to 28, but we have a long way to go. Now, why is MICE important? This graphic that I've put out here is just to basically showcase that actually along with MICE, when we talk about MICE, there's so many other industries which are related to it. It's not just travel and tourism. There could be a florist, there could be your photographer, there could be the event, the hospitality, graphic designers, IT companies. So what does MICE do? MICE basically gives a huge thrust, not just to the travel and tourism trade, but to the overall economy on the whole. And that's the reason that MICE is extremely critical and everybody today is talking about MICE. Again, just to put a number to this, we all know that Germany is known for its trade fairs and it's the biggest in trade fairs. The total revenue that the German trade fair companies reported was 4 billion euros in 2019. But the economic impact of those trade fairs came down to 28 billion euros for the German economy. So the multiplier effect which is there that MICE creates is a huge multiplier effect which can give a huge thrust to the overall economy itself. Apart from that, ma'am spoke about the fact that MICE is not seasonal, so it helps people get capacity utilization even during off season. Another interesting aspect is typically in a MICE
tour, people end up spending much more than they do on leisure. This is empirical data, but it says that about 3x to 6x of what a person spends on a leisure tour, they spend on a MICE tour. So which means that the overall revenue for this host country goes up drastically when you start hosting a lot of MICE events. And obviously there's a spillover effect for increasing leisure tourism. So anybody who's coming down to a country, they would want to visit and see the place. They would probably get their wives, their children, they go back, they create a buzz about the place if they like the place, and that will entail the family, friends coming back to the country. So again, there's a huge multiplier effect which happens for the leisure tourism as well. And like we just talked about, that the exhibition industry is a $325 billion global industry. The trade impact of the exhibition industry was $325 billion in 2009. But the interesting fact here is that to organize those exhibitions, which generated a trade impact of $325 billion, what was spent in the exhibition industry was $9 billion. So if you see that spending $9 billion, trade of $325 billion is generated through MICE, which is a huge ROI that you can have on any investment that you get. Because what does MICE do? MICE also basically looks at a long-term business objective. It gets people together. It gets people to trade with each other. And the impact of that is not just on the direct stakeholders. It's also on overall economy. And that's the reason that I say MICE is extremely critical and important for any economy. Now, traditionally, what have been our strengths and weakness? As a country, India has a destination appeal. The last panel, this was discussed that, tourism always needs a story to tell. And very frankly, India has so many stories to tell. So it has appeal, which ranges from, interest groups could range from anything. We have everything that anybody would want. So people are definitely always intrigued about India. They want to come to India. So that's a huge plus that we have. STEM, which is science, technology, engineering. All these industries are very well entrenched in India. These are also typically major industries which help the MICE tourism to grow and where MICE plays a huge part. India was considered to be a decently okay destination when it comes to cost because of the purchasing power parity of Europe, US, etc. India is also always helped by its global diaspora and the fact that India is a growing economy which generates a lot of interest in the business minds of people as well. So overall, these are our inherent strengths that we have in the MICE industry in India as of now. But along with it, some of the weaknesses, we've never really focused on MICE as an industry. MICE does not have an industry status. We've never looked at regulations. We've never looked at standardizations. The tax structures that we have, hotels charging 18% GST, one of the highest in the world. One major concern is safety and security perception in the minds of foreigners about India. A friend of mine, anecdote, he told me he lives in the US. We were just having a discussion as to, how we can get more people to come into India. And he told me that if anybody sitting in the US wants to plan a Europe trip, they can pack their bag, take the flight, next flight and be off. But if they're planning a trip to India, they need minimum 3 months of preparation. Because there's a fear that is there in their mind. What are the shots that they need to take? What is the health implication that they'll have from a safety perspective? They need to plan their itinerary really well. So this perception is something that we really need to address and which is hindering our growth to a large extent. Now I'll talk about what's working for us. So obviously, things are doing well for us. India is being positioned well in the MICE industry globally. From a macro perspective, Brand India is gaining strength globally. The G20, as was pointed out, puts the spotlight on India. So that's always a very good publicity for us. The overall Indian economic growth, we are one of the best growing GDPs in the large economies across the globe. If you look at the BRICS, today, India is the only one which is standing up tall amongst the rest of the BRICS. So from that perspective, MICE, because it's a lot of business related thing, India is set to gain from this overall economic strength and gain growth as well. Apart from that, as was pointed out, and ma'am, like you pointed out for Meghalaya, we were not even aware of what Meghalaya is doing, but a lot of other MICE infrastructure. So MICE needs infrastructure because it needs good banqueting facilities, it needs good convention centers, it needs overall the infrastructure needs to be developed to be able to host a large number of people together and give them an experience. India is thankfully last few years we've been building up that infrastructure, and we're going to see some huge benefits coming out of it. Kolkata has done extremely well with Biswa Bangla, Milan Mela coming up, and I'm sure that Kolkata has been already shortlisted in the top 6 focus cities for the country for developing MICE, and that's going to have a huge impact overall. We can see so many new hotels which have come up around that area to cater to this incoming MICE per se. And apart from that, I mean, Delhi is getting the Dwarka Convention Center, the Pragati Maidan upgradation. We are having a lot which is being done on infra development. We're getting new hotels with banqueting facilities. People are talking beyond the Golden Triangle, which is amazing because from a foreign inbound market perspective, the Golden Triangle has been used too much, too often, and we need to go beyond that because India is so much more, right? Every state has so much to offer, and therefore, I mean, this for us is a huge opportunity to grow because we have so much more to give to people. Obviously, again, on the infra side, we're getting a lot more new airports, trains, they're getting upgraded. So infra overall, we're getting into the right phase for growth. And on top of that, I think the best news that probably everyone in the MICE industry heard was when last year, the government came out with a national strategy for MICE. And they released a document in the year 2022, April, and that outlined most of the things that anybody in the industry would probably want from the government, which is, I mean, they wanted to give industry status to MICE, infrastructure status to MICE, infrastructure financing. We spoke about MICE promotion bureaus at national, state, and city levels. A new brand which is called Meet in India to promote globally to get international MICE into India. Single window clearances, visa facilitation, an annual iMICE event to host buyers from outside the country to come into the India for fam trips, etc. Skill development. So all these things, the policy document or the draft policy document speaks about, which is all the steps in the right direction. And I think we are doing things which are moving in the right direction overall for the trade. Now, what can we do better? So yes, things are moving in the right direction, but there's still a lot of gap which is there. So we spoke about one of the weakness, which was standardization. Our services are not standardized because there is no regulation. So if I can give an example of Singapore for that matter, Singapore Tourism Board has a huge control over each and every service provider in Singapore, be it a transporter, be it a travel company or destination management company, and they have regular audits, and their licenses can be cancelled at any point of time if they fail any audit. There's a fear which is there in the mind of the local service providers, which ensure that the quality of service is standardized and maintained. So just giving an example that, there are a lot of things that we can do here today. When I'm taking a taxi in, for example, Goa, if it's a South Goa taxi, it will not go to North Goa. If it's a North Goa taxi, it will not go to South Goa. If I'm booking a cab in Srinagar, they will stop outside Gulmarg. Inside Gulmarg, we'll have to use other cabs. No standardization. We have to come up this curve and address this at local state levels and try and make this seamless for somebody who's coming from outside, right? Better international flight connectivity. Now, post-COVID, the number of flights into India has come down, and which has resulted in obviously a very large amount of increase in the airfare. Apart from that, typically, if you look at most of the global MICE destinations, they have a large local airline which uses one of the cities as their hubs for the hub and spoke model, getting people in from different various countries, and then people use it as a transit destination. At times, because of that connectivity, you get a lot more people coming into the destination as well. So today, India is missing that hub and spoke model. For example, if you look at Qatar, if you look at what Dubai has done with Emirates, these are all transit destinations which have become really big. Qatar, for example, I mean, became so popular, hosted one of the largest events, the FIFA World Cup. So this is something that we really need to do. We need to develop either Delhi or Mumbai as one of the airline hubs per se. Concentrated effort on Incredible India 2.0 is what I've written here, because very frankly, internationally, we need to increase our marketing efforts. Just to give you an example, I was at IBTM, which is one of the largest mice trade fairs which happen across the globe for buyers and traders. We did not have India representation there. There was not a single booth of India in that trade show, which is one of the largest trade shows for mice in the world. So we need to get a little more proactive, be it from the private side, be it from the public side, and go out to the world and present Incredible India 2.0 in a bigger manner. The other aspect which most of our store operators have realized over the last couple of years is that India itself is a very huge market. We were at times focused on international outbound travel, but during COVID, when people weren't allowed to go out, domestic tourism surged like anything, right? And which kind of gives us a clear potential, because Indian outbound mice, to put numbers to it, is expected to be $9 billion by the year 2025. Now, $9 billion is probably 1% of the overall global mice, which we can add if we move some of this outbound mice into within the country. And this can be done but we'll need to give some incentives to those corporates who are organizing this or these associations. Today, there are tourism boards, there are countries who are actually pitching to all these associations, corporates, and making presentations to them how they can make life easy for them to host their events in their country. To be honest with you, today, if I have to host an event in Bangkok from Calcutta, it's probably cheaper than doing it in Goa. So we need to make it easier for the end customer to be able to appreciate and come down to a domestic tour rather than take that mice outbound, right? So that is something that we can focus on. The only probably anomaly that I would say that I found in the strategy document that the government released was that it spoke about conventions and exhibitions. There's a lot of focus on conventions and exhibitions. Most of the people, when they talk about mice, they're talking about conventions and exhibitions. Yes, that is large mice. Every time you do an event, there's a huge movement of people. There's a huge swing in the, there's a large turnover when it comes to that. But globally, 70% of the mice business is actually devoted to meetings and incentives. Meetings and incentives, they are smaller value, lower ticket size probably, but a much higher number than conventions and exhibitions. So meetings and incentives also have to be focused upon. Today, the government is working with ICPB, which is more convention focused. But I believe that at the state and at the national level, people would need to focus more on incentives. These are the low-hanging fruits, getting 100, 200 people at one go. It's easier to start with, and it's easier for you to execute. And at the same time, the revenue is not bad. Our infrastructure is absolutely prepared for it. So this is something where I find that the focus is missing on incentives and meetings, where we need to put our focus there. And of course, I've been talking about this document that the government has come up with, but as of date, it's on paper. We've not seen execution of it. So that execution is key and imperative, because until unless that strategy comes into an action plan, then we are still where we are. So this is extremely critical for India to move ahead in overall developing mice for India. Now, within that, I'd like to just take a minute and speak about NEMA. NEMA is the Network of Indian Mice Agents. We are a non-profit voluntary body of about 170 odd mice agents across India. And where we try to focus on is to build knowledge, skill for all our members and developing mice overall for the entire trade. So some of the initiatives that we are taking up right now is one, a white paper on sustainable mice. Skill development, we're coming out with a NEMA certified mice professional course. We're looking at certification of hotels as mice-friendly hotels. Annual Mice Forum, which is being organized every year. And obviously focusing on tier 2, tier 3 cities. 30% of our membership comes from tier 2, tier 3 cities. So this is the focus that NEMA has and the role that we play. So I'd just like to sum it up saying that I think we are at the cusp of huge mice surge in India. We're not there yet. We're at the cusp of it. If I can put it, the stars are aligned for it. It's just that we need to go hit the ground running and action on it, give it a big push, and we'll absolutely be there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vinay. Thank you for broadening the course of the discussion and the focus that we've been on, and some more facts and figures to bolster what potential this presents us with. I will now move on to the third speaker in the session, Ms. Nidhi Sharma. She's the coordinator, she's the executive director, Indian Exhibition Industry Association, and will be speaking to us on the MICE tourism sector in India, special focus in exhibition and trade fairs, and industry perspective.
Very good afternoon, everyone. And I think after this sumptuous lunch, we all are feeling a little sleepy. So first of all, I think it's been a wonderful session, wonderful day. Congratulations to the Indian Chamber of Commerce for organizing this wonderful event. Can we have a big round of applause? Okay, I think that gives us more energy and makes us more active also, because the gentlemen and the ladies out here are speaking absolutely, good sense and very good points about the MICE industry in India, which is really very close to me personally. Okay, so I am Nidhi Sharma here with you, representing Indian Exhibition Industry Association, which is the national apex body for the exhibition sector in India. And today we all are discussing about, various points, various trends we as a country have to promote India as the preferred tourism and MICE destination of the world. So before we dive deep into the topic, I think it's very important for us to have firm faith, firm belief in our own strengths and capabilities. We need to understand where we are today. We need to understand our strengths as a country at the global arena. And we need to be the brand ambassadors of India as the best destination. So a few quick points I hear, like if we talk about the World Economic Outlook projections by IMF, India is the most leading country in terms of the GDP growth. So we can very well see that like how we are positioned to emerge as the global leader. We also need to see that India is forecasted to become the third largest economy in the world. So another important factor for us, we have a huge demographic dividend and we have a huge consumer base. So what are those factors? There is, the split between the affluent or the middle level and all. So as a country, the annual household income increase is expected to be 40% by 2030. So like the affluent are growing by 40%, which is a huge increase, I would say. And there's a lot of increased awareness, accessibility to the smartphones. Like we'll have almost 120 crore people accessing smartphones by 2026. Attitude, the consumer confidence index shows that like it's going to be, it's actually 30% increase in March 2022 from July 2020. In spite of the challenges caused by COVID, we came out very, very strong. We are a resilient industry. We are a resilient country. So I think like we have to have a firm belief, first of all. Only then we can focus on our industry, which is the tourism or the MICE industry per se. When we're talking about the strengths about our country, I think like we have a strong case to promote India as the MICE destination, because it's a huge and a tremendous opportunity in front of us, given all the factors leading to India's rising position. As our colleagues here mentioned that it's a year-round business. There is no seasonal aspect to it because business has to carry on all across the year. We are not focusing on maybe the winters or the monsoons or the summers, whatever. And the sector facilitates huge foreign investments to the country, as well as like we are able to get a lot of share of the forex reserves. Leisure, as my colleague here, Gurleen, had mentioned. So we combine business as well as the leisure components. and thereby stimulating the entire overall tourism sector. So I think lots of strengths are there and we need to be sure about it. And what is our government doing? Our colleagues have already mentioned about the National MICE strategy launched by the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, and the formation of the India MICE Board. Mr. Amrish Tiwari also during his talk during the day, he also mentioned about it. So just one point, it's not on paper now. The first meeting was already conducted. So of course, like it's a little slow process, but definitely we are moving ahead with it. And what is the focus? We want to increase our overall share. So the 1% share we're talking about is about the entire MICE sector. In terms of exhibitions, I would also like to highlight that as an industry, as exhibitions only, we are positioned at #3 position in the Asian region, and we have a strong potential to grow as the market leader across the globe. If I talk about various global forums, everywhere, believe me, like it's only India as the focus, as the hot market, which is being discussed everywhere. We've been attending the forums organized by UFI, which is Global Association of Exhibitions Industry, and any such other forum everywhere. Now they're going to organize their Asia Pacific event. They're again, eyeing on India. And they are just saying that we want India to have its major presence because all our stakeholders are wanting to have their business presence in India. And what is our focus as part of this National MICE Board? That we are targeting the 6 major cities to have their own MICE bureaus, which is Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Goa, Kolkata, and sorry if I missed any. So Kolkata is already there. We're also talking about how we can strengthen the MICE industry here in the Northeastern region. So it's a positive point already with us. And we want that like all kind of support systems have to be in place for the bidding mechanisms. We want to have the World Congresses coming to the country. One of the fellow panelists during morning sessions mentioned that there are almost 1,000 such global events which have never been happened or conducted in the country. So I think like there's a huge potential and we have a strong case. So why not go for it? But we need to work together to make it happen. We need to have a united and a focused approach, and we need more recognition for our industry. So this is just a positive step taken by the government by forming the National MICE Strategy and the India MICE Board. But I think like there's a long way to go. So these are some of the representative stakeholders in that MICE board being formed. It has participation of various ministries because when we talk about the experience factors. So we know like as a country, when any foreign participants come to our MICE events, at times they don't go back with a wonderful experience. Unlike like what we experience in other leading countries in terms of the MICE sector. So there, the entire overall economy of the city comes to welcome the foreigners. So this needs to be there. And for this, the government is working up, on this mechanism to promote it. We also spoke about how this industry is just not limited to tourism. It catalyzes a lot of other sectors. There are various sectors which get a major boost with the exhibitions that happen or the meetings or conventions that happen. So the major players may be, it is a wide range going from the government agencies or the food sector or the textile sector, medical or healthcare, or maybe, any such sector which is, focusing or which is a major sector in the country. So I think we're doing a wonderful job as an industry. We're not only promoting the overall tourism share of the country, we're catalyzing the overall economic growth of the country as economic growth engines. Now, India as a MICE destination. I think we already have all that is required to emerge as a global leader. In the MICE document, These are, some of the leading cities or the upcoming cities which are mentioned. But I believe that it's not only limited to these cities because, India with its rich cultural diversity has, every small city would have something different to offer to the foreigners, to the participants who come there. So we need to understand like which are those USPs which we should be promoting. And then like it is not only, the exhibitions, the direct stakeholders of exhibitions or the MICE sector, it's all the indirect players also get their share of business because everyone, like anyone who's coming to the country is definitely going to plan some kind of a trip with a minimum of 3 days to 7 days. So this is an important opportunity which we need to work on together. We already have all of that, but of course, we need to work on our skill development, as we mentioned. So we need to walk the talk. We need to work on standards development. Some of the steps we've already taken, maybe, one of the industry bodies would be working on something, or the other may be working on something. As IEIA, we have initiated standards development in association with the Bureau of Indian Standards. So the first set of standards for exhibitions has already been drafted, submitted, and already, taken to the final committee level approval of the Bureau of Indian Standards. It will now very soon be in the public domain for public feedback. So this is one step forward, but like, again, as we mentioned, we don't need to, we can't just keep it to the paper level. We have to adopt those standards. We have to upgrade ourselves. We can't just be complaining about, India remaining at a low level. What are we doing towards that? So that is our responsibility. Skill development is another important thing. So India has the National Skills Mission. All kind of sector skill councils are working towards that. But every stakeholder has to take certain share of responsibility. As IEIA, we have launched certain skill development initiatives in association with, various sector skill councils. We were now discussing with our, esteemed guests from the Hospitality and Tourism Sector Skill Council also. So like, please identify as stakeholders that like what as responsible, participants of the industry, what can we do to promote our country? Now coming to exhibitions as one important segment. So the share at the global level is there are 4.8 million companies participating in exhibitions and 32,000 exhibitions held annually. We already heard that. What kind of jobs are we creating? There is 3.4 million jobs. And that is only at the level that like we are presently, but the potential is almost 10x. So we need to really understand that. Indian exhibition industry, actually, we know the size of the industry. In the organized sector, there are more than 1,000 trade fairs that happen across the country. And the major, hubs of exhibitions are the northern states or the western states. In the northeastern states, we don't see many exhibitions happening, but at the same time, there's a huge potential. So we need to understand. I went to, 2 of the facilities yesterday. So it's not only that, okay, we keep on talking, we have to understand, we have to have dialogues. So I visited the Vishwa Bangla Mela Prangan, and Science City also has some facilities, although they are open grounds and some meeting facilities. There also we were talking, and we need to collectively identify which are the major sectors on which exhibitions could be conducted in the region. What are our strengths here? So we have one good example, which is the mega trade fair organized by one of our members only, and which surpassed the footfalls of, or maybe close to the footfalls of the India International Trade Fair organized at Pragati Maidan. So these are good examples, and we just need to, that's a B2C show, but like B2B shows also have immense potential. We need to understand whether that's maybe the sports segment or the, the garment segment or the food segment. So I heard that, people in Kolkata are the foodies. So maybe like these segments, like whichever are there, which can come up as major themes for exhibitions. So they need to be worked upon. And there's a lot of, livelihood support that is generated. Exhibitions act as the catalyst to the government initiatives. So the government also understands at some point that, okay, like every ministry you see, or even the trade bodies, sectoral associations, you would know that like all of them are organizing various exhibitions. And we have many, leading exhibitions happening in the country, which are at maybe the leading positions in the South Asian region or at the global levels also. But there is more of fragmentation that we need to work upon. We need to identify that how we can take the ones on the number 3 position to the top positions. There are, exhibitions based on different industries, whether that's the Electrama or the Print Pack or the India ITME Society's show. So there are various industry bodies run shows also, the construction shows, tourism-based shows, Sate is there, and lots of other examples. So everywhere we see a major boost to the entire tourism segment and the country. And all the sectors which are there, we know that. And all kind of initiatives by the government, whether that's Digital India, Skill India, or with its Make in India. So all segments of Make in India are aligned with our exhibitions. And services promotion, Startup India. So all these are catalyzed with the help of exhibitions. Infrastructure as the major requirement to promote India as the destination. If we talk about the purpose-built exhibitions or convention venues in the country, we have 25. But besides that, we have wonderful convention facilities in all our, good hotels. So it's not only, I think gone are the days when we used to speak about that we don't have the right infrastructure. We need to understand that is not the case now. We should not be saying that at any of the global forums. That's the biggest, mistake that we may be doing. So we now need to speak about the good facilities that we have and how we can ensure that there's an year-round occupancy at these venues. So Kolkata has come up with this Vishwa Bangla Convention and Exhibition Center as a world-class facility. So we need to understand what are the occupancy levels, what are the potential. So how we can tap the untapped potential and bring the major shows over here. So that is what we need to work together on. Again, some of the key factors, the growth drivers, infrastructure, there is organic growth. The tier 2 and tier 3 cities are still unexplored, but are the major, upcoming hubs. All the major leading players are now focusing on the tier 2 and 3 cities for their exhibitions. And what we need to do as an industry, what are the challenges and how can we overcome, and what is the government focusing on? So as we mentioned, we have to be responsible stakeholders, building sustainable practices. Nothing is possible if we are not focusing on sustainability. And of course, the standards development and skill development. Marketing India as the MICE destination. This is another major drawback that we are facing. But I think not only the government is responsible to do that, it is our collective responsibility, how we can promote India across all the international destinations. So the bidding support mechanism is being planned as part of the India MICE policy, but then more needs to be done on that and how we can facilitate the ease of doing business. So all these are, the ideas and the opportunities and the strengths that we need to work on and focus on. I think with that, I'll conclude. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, Nidhi, for that very insightful presentation which has been made. I will now request Mr. Debashish Sen, Managing Director, the West Bengal Housing Infrastructure Development Corporation, to address us. Thank you, Mr. Sen.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Mr. Shrikant. I'll have only a few points to make from the government's perspective. Number one, we are in the midst of 2 G20 meetings here in Kolkata. The first one on financial inclusion was just held on 9 to 11 January, and the second one is going to be held on 8th and 9th of February. So we are exactly at the midpoint. So how did the first G20 meeting first time ever in India. This is not the first place. They have been in Udaipur, Bangalore, and Bombay before this. And please understand that they are so impressed by the arrangements in Kolkata that they have given us absolutely fantastic feedback. The government of India, that is the G20 Secretariat, have said that this should be a model to follow in other meetings. And for the second meeting, they have said, that is on 8th and 9th, that they will, we must repeat whatever we had done in the first meeting. So, first of all, Calcutta is changing, Bengal is changing, thanks to the leadership of the government by Madam Mamata Banerjee and all senior secretaries. There is a team constructed. They are visiting everywhere, leaving no stone unturned, so that the foreign visitors are not put to any problem at all. We are keeping a second line of defense, a third line of defense. If the driver does not turn up, there is a second driver. If the second does not turn up, there is a third driver, and so on and so forth. We are absolutely serious that MICE tourism do well in Bengal. I mean Bengal with a purpose. It's not only Kolkata. Mamata Banerjee government has also set up a convention center in Digha, the only coastal town in Bengal. And of course, many have commented, and I'm feeling very happy about the Vishwa Bangla Convention Center in Newtown, which again the foreign delegates and the G20 Secretariat were absolutely flabbergasted. They said, we have not seen such a facility anywhere in India. And not on top of that, there is of course the Vishwa Bangla Mela Prangon that is near the Science City. It is also on a 3 lakh square feet. It is a fantastic place that Mamata Banerjee government has brought in. So Digha, Vishwa Bangla Convention Center, Miller Mela grounds near Science City, and also the latest addition in the stable is the Dhanodharne Auditorium, soon to be inaugurated near Taj Bengal, where Mr. Shrikant's empire is there, and the National Library and everywhere. Looks like a console designed by the Chief Minister herself. It's so fantastic to look at from the outside and inside. There are n number of banquet halls, 2,000-seater auditorium, and all facilities, including accommodation, that when it opens, I'm sure it will add another feather to the overall infrastructure mechanism of Kolkata and Bengal. On top of that, there has been some talk about having some kind of a permanent infrastructure, permanent body for promoting MICE. Indeed, the government of West Bengal has constituted an intersectoral committee where industry partners and government partners are together. Mr. Shrikant and I are in the same committee, and at least there have been some resolutions. For example, a very tiny thing, but it's very important. For example, to have good brochures and floor maps and AutoCAD designs. In my 3-4 years of Vishwa Bangla Convention Center management, I have found that it takes 2 to 3 years lead time for a big conference or an international conference to take place. And there is often a bidding among the cities. And he who can present well, he who can give the details to the jury who is deciding when the International Orthopedic Surgeons Conference will be held, would need to have at his fingertips the details. Every time we have to make it afresh and send it across. This is not the way to do things. It is that we have taken a resolution that not only government entities, but also hotel, banquet halls, and everything that is required for MICE tourism will be well documented, well pictured, well catalogued, put it in the website, and just share the link on a Google Drive so that it can be very easily be presented to those who decide when the next big conference is going to be held. We have also taken note of the surges, though there was a comment that it is similar in all seasons, but our decided figures show that conventions, conferences, meetings, and other things in Bengal and Kolkata peak from October to February because of the weather we all know. So what to do about the other times? The infrastructure is underutilized. There is a conscious attempt, and in Vishwa Bangla Convention Center, and I believe also in the Vishwa Bangla Mela Prangon, there is a discount deliberately given for non-peak months. We want people to come. Indeed, we want to achieve that they should come uniformly, and a price advantage is being offered. On top of that, we are also looking at sectoral groups that are coming more often, and it helps to concentrate. From my experience in Vishwa Bangla Convention Center since 2018, when it was inaugurated, I have been finding absolutely micro level data that health sector, pharma sector, and technology sector, they are coming more often compared to others. So what do? We build upon our strengths, and that is what we are trying to do. We are trying to move toward various association and professional groups so that in those we are strong. If you are good in maths, you try to do a PhD in maths and not in literature. Very simple. So that is what we are trying to do. We want this to be a destination of health, medical. We all understand Northeast Bangladesh, South Asia. So this is going to be a great place for health, medical, and others kind of a destination, as also in other fields. Of course, technology is also very important. A comment has been made that we are only members of ICBP, that is in Indian Conference Promotion Bureau. But yes, I assure you that we will be very happy to be members. The government will be very happy to be members of IEIA and NIMA. We will be writing to you whatever forms are to be filled up. Government doesn't become industry association, but HITCO, which is a government company, and other bodies will be certainly interested in networking. We are fully convinced that without networking, without passing the good word, we cannot prosper. Last comment, in the G20, we have, under the instructions of the Chief Secretary, made a very fine documentation on the one international visit that we have already had. And while departing, we have taken video evidences from foreign delegates who have all praised. Someday, we will release it to you in some other seminar if Indian Chamber of Commerce and Bodhisattva calls me again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sen. In fact, I would say that if we wanted to see something in terms of meetings, incentives at governmental global level, which was successfully carried out or executed, you would see the G20 summit, which took place in Calcutta in this very month itself, just about 10 odd days ago. And, you know, it brought together everything that we are talking about in terms of the convention center, in terms of the facilities for showcasing elements of our culture, our heritage, our history, our cuisine, and also the other related tourism product offerings which can be showcased. So it was, as Mr. Sen has rightly said, very well, I would say, put together. And yes, I have the privilege of working on the committee, which actually he's chairing, to bring this more meaningfully into the state of West Bengal. So I think that was, you know, a litmus test for what Mr. Sen has himself been working on. And, you know, the success is really in the fact that the government has said, please repeat it for the next visit, which is taking place in February. So thank you so much, Mr. Sen, for that. And I will now call on Mr. Adipnath Pal Chaudhary, is the Director, Service Business for Bama Lomri and Company Limited. And he will be giving a special address on the growth of mice business in northeast part of India.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shrikant. And with the permission of the august members in the dais and the members of the audience, I'd like to start off by quickly introducing ourselves. We are Bamal Lorry and Company Limited. We are coming under the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gases. And this kind of circular thing represents as to what all things that we do. Now, per se, we do not have anything to do with Northeast. So why we are taking this up as a topic is that each of our, we've got like a bunch of SBUs, 8 SBUs, individual functions like finance, IT, HR. Now, each of these SBUs are actually a small user group, and all of them do a small meeting, a strategic planning exercise, and things like that. And strangely, I think for the last several years that I've been with them, with this company, we've actually organized events for ourselves at places like Shillong, places like Tripura, places like Sikkim. And that gives us a little bit of insight as a user. Having said that, we also, one of our businesses is about travel and vacations. And through that, typically travel, of course, is ticketing, but vacations, we are organizing several MICE events for our customers. And who are our customers? Our customers typically tend to become, because we are a PSU, it also that we also get a lot of PSU customers. So some of these oil companies like ONGC, Oil India, then NTPC, divisions or departments within the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gases, they tend to become our customers. And we've been organizing events across the country for them. And that also gives us a little bit of an insight as to what works, what doesn't work, or what can be rather done better for Northeast. So with that little backdrop, I'll just quickly get going and take you through a few slides. Having said that, I think I'm also going to draw upon some of the things that has been spoken here, especially the point that Mr. Vinay mentioned, that 70% of the overall MICE is the M and the I part, and the 30% is the C and the E part. Now, when we look at Northeast, and when we look at India, so we've been hearing a lot during the course of the day about how India is 1%, and it is trying to attract investments, trying to attract events to India. Then just think about Northeast, and the focus cities are Kolkata, Chennai, Bangalore, Mumbai, even Goa. And Ms. Nidhi mentioned about the 12 challenger cities, one of which happens to be Guwahati. So the fate of the Northeast states at this point of time is that of a challenger state, a bunch of states, I would say, and it is competing for the investments, competing for the attention from with the other states, like, say, for example, Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, which is a member, which is a partner state for this convention, with West Bengal, where Mr. Devashish Sen talked about how phenomenally we've been able to execute on the convention centers, and hence we are able to attract a lot of these. So it's a tough place for the from a purely competitive standpoint. For the Northeastern states to attract investments, to attract all these mega events. But I'm sure we can and they can attract a lot of the smaller meetings. So meetings of 100, 200 odd people, because I know, because we've done one event for DPE, Department of Public Enterprises at Tripura, Agartala, and then a similar event at Sikkim, Gangtok, of course. So around 100 to 150 odd people, it's a reasonable sweet spot, I would say, for Northeast. Some of those can actually be bigger also, and we talk about a few which we have ourselves done. So I'm talking more from experience. So we're not really strictly speaking an industry participant in terms of infrastructure provider or something, but talking of from an experience. So a few points out here. Of course, there is a Ministry of Development for Northeast region. So once again, the focus in terms of making sure how the region develops, that itself is clear, because over a period of time, we've had different ministries, but then fact that we've got a ministry for Northeast region development, that itself demonstrates the focus of the Prime Minister and the entire central ministry has in terms of getting this better. You can look at the kind of budgetary support that it has been getting. So that speaks about the focus from the government. If you look at, once again, we've been talking about MICE, a very, very big component of the MICE, of course, is the infra. So we've talked about Germany, we've talked about within India, we've talked about places like Bangalore. Now you need such places where you've got fantastic air connectivity, because MICE typically business people, so they want to get in, get out. Of course, they would like to combine and add on a few days, like the way Ms. Gurleen mentioned about bleisure. But then the crux is, it's a business meeting. So I come in, safe and sound, I get in and I get out with minimum hops, right? So direct connectivity, large number of flight services, big number of keys available on hotel rooms, all of that is very, very important. So to that extent, I think Northeast has been coming up brilliantly. So we've talked about new airports. And if you look at this particular statistic, which is 7 new airports in last 8 years, I think that speaks about the kind of commitment that the state as well as the center has to make sure that it grows. I'm not going to spend further time talking about the other things. Exposure to the, how is it? So we are getting opportunities of G20. Everybody's been talking about G20 events, and there are several G20 events. I think approx 11 events coming in the Northeast way. Of course, most of it probably would be coming towards Guwahati. And right now, Guwahati probably would be the most important MICE destination. But then I'm sure, just like India is looking at Delhi, Bombay to become like the mega hubs, and then the other cities develop in like the phase 2 kind of thing. Similarly, other state capitals and states would also be coming. And it was actually an insight for me, frankly, to look at the way Meghalaya is shaping up. And I don't know about what are the other states who are adopting similar models or working with the organization that you represent, the Infrastructure Development, Tourism Infrastructure Development Corporation. But I think it's a brilliant thing to look at it in a completely professional way, making sure that it gets, you have to think of it just like a marketing, right? So like people who've studied marketing, they know about the Kotler's 4P. So you've got to have the product, you've got to have the price, you've got to have the promotion and the place. So we've got to develop it just like the way Meghalaya is going about, and similarly every other state is going about in a structured manner. So Northeast is also looking at it from that perspective. Of course, somebody did talk about having a very benign environment. So Northeast at an earlier point of time had some difficulties in terms of peace, etc. So I think most of those things are sorted out, and it is right now a fairly favorable climate, very stable, and so it becomes easy for people to go in. So once again, I'm just going to relate, when we talk about India with respect to the world, you have to think about Northeast almost like that with respect to the rest of the country, because we don't have that much awareness, frankly, across the, I'm talking about rest of the country's people, about what are the facilities, what are the tourism spots available, and how is it easy, how easy or difficult is it to get in and get out. So Delhi, of course, has got great connectivity. to most of the cities in the country. And similarly, Northeast also got connectivity. But apart from that, Calcutta has got good connectivity, but rest of the places like say Bombay or Chennai or say, for example, Bangalore, Pune, Hyderabad, Gujarat, those would be slightly missing. So if we are able to boost all of that in terms of connectivity, I'm sure it will move and become better. The other thing that is working, I think, in favor of Northeast is manpower. Now, if you look at the hospitality industry, you'll see a lot of people, a lot of youngsters who are coming from the Northeast region and working in different capacity, hotels, so even flight crew. So a lot of people are there who are coming. In fact, sometime back, I was at Guwahati, and there was on that particular day, there was I think, interview that Air India was having for its air hostesses. So the number of candidates who were there lined up, that kind of shows the amount of enthusiasm that they have for the trade, and also the fact that there's a lot of skilling that is happening right now to make sure that that particular set of people, the youngsters, are getting the adequate training to get onto the that particular trade. They're naturally benefited, I think, with better English speaking skills compared to many of the youngsters in other parts of the country. So there are factors working for them as a youngster group who are ready for this particular business. Of course, we've already talked about investments in hospitality, so luxury hotel chains and all of that. And the thing that works, or the most important part for the entire Northeast, would be its rich, extremely varied and rich natural resources, the beautiful landscape, the different kinds of things. I mean, just to think about Brahmaputra River or Cherrapunji or Hornbill Festival at Nagaland, so many wonderful things that are out there in terms of natural resources and other events. So it is something that to be drawn upon. So if you look at a few things, so we talked about infrastructure connectivity, we talked about exposure, skill, manpower, urbanization, gift of nature. So all of this makes this particular area a very, very powerful, I think, place in order to attract people who are organizing MICE events. So we've seen, once again, I'm talking about certain events out there, and I'm probably giving references to events organized by the government and the central or the state ministry, but I'm sure there would be many private sector organizations also who have organized large mega events. And those are the kind of things that can actually boost the image and boost the popularity of this particular region. So, and because Northeast is home to organizations like Oil India and these, so for a lot of exploration and production, so those kind of events have happened, which we had the benefit of, I think, organizing. Then this was a mega event where once again PM Gati Shakti event at Guwahati, which was chaired by the Honorable Minister of MOPNG, Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri. Lots and lots of participants, so big numbers. So it has, obviously, through these, one can see that it has the ability, the capability to execute or host large events. It is only a question of how we are making people aware. Once again, I'll draw upon something that I think got talked about by multiple people, including Mr. Debashish Sen, when he talked about the need to work as a collective, as a group. So number of ministries are coming together in West Bengal to make something successful. You talked about number of ministries coming together to form the group which is working towards promoting India as an exhibition destination. Similarly, I think there's a lot of opportunity for the states of Northeast to come together, and the 6 and the 7 states and 7 sisters, as they say, and one brother, which is Sikkim, come together and make sure that they are making collective efforts. So in a way, it's a microcosm of what India is to the world. I think Northeast is possibly to India. So I'm sure it'll be having a wonderful journey as we go forward. And there are wonderful things that is going to be working for it. And as Prime Minister Modi in some forum had talked about, India will be successful when UP, Bihar, West Bengal, Assam, and other parts of Northeast are strengthened. India cannot develop till the eastern part of the country develops. So I'm quoting from him, nothing from me. So I think that talks about the opportunity and the thrust that the government has towards this region. And I'm sure tourism in general and MICE in particular will be able to take advantages of what Northeast has in store, and it will be a great destination for all the participants who constitute this particular ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Palshodri. I think that was drawing the relevance to what the session was also about in terms of developing the East and Northeast as a hub of MICE tourism and what all has taken place out there to develop this going forward. So, yeah.
In case there are a few questions.
Yeah.
Hello. So I think we can take a few questions in case anybody has any question to the panelists. Is there any question, or we come to the close of this session? Okay. So I don't think there are any formal questions that the audience has. So I think with this, we come to the end of the session. And I think we've had a wonderful session post-lunch, a lot of interesting things and a lot of hopes. We actually end this session with a lot of hope that the eastern northeast part of India is really going to become the next MICE destination. And I can see Mr. Manshramani with his smile. And I'm sure ICPB, IEIA, NIMA, all of them, we will see them more often in this city of joy. So, sure. Can we have the microphone?
Mr. Sen, আমি বাংলাতে আপনাকে জিজ্ঞাসা করছি। সেটা হচ্ছে যে পশ্চিমবাংলা ভিতরে অনেক মেলা হয়। আজকে থেকে না, প্রায় 500 বছর ধরে হয়। মানে আমি রিসেন্টলি ভিজিট করেছি মাছ মেলা ব্যান্ডেলের কাছে, লাহিড়ী বাবার যে আশ্রম আছে ওখানে। আজকে হচ্ছে মুড়ি মেলা, এটা হচ্ছে আপনার বাঁকুড়াতে, ছাতনাতে। তো গভর্নমেন্টের তরফ থেকে এরকম কি কিছু ইনিশিয়েটিভ নেওয়া হয় যে যেগুলো খুব ভালো মেলা পশ্চিমবাংলায়, মানে যেগুলো দীর্ঘদিন ধরে 500 বছর, 300 বছর, 200 বছর ধরে চলে আসছে, এবং মেলা একটা সংস্কৃতি আমাদের। তো আমরা এখানে একবারের জন্য শুনলাম না, বা আমি নিজেও দেখছি না গভর্নমেন্টের তরফ থেকে যে মেলাগুলো সম্বন্ধে বাইরের স্টেটে বা ধরুন আমাদের রাজ্যের লোককে বা নিয়ার স্টেট কান্ট্রি বাংলাদেশ অন্যান্য জায়গাতে জানানো, এবং এখানে প্রচুর লোক সমাগম। তো একটু আপনার কাছ থেকে জানতে চাই স্যার।
Hello. Yeah. Okay. To those who don't follow, especially among the panelists, his question is, what about traditional melas? It has been happening for such a long time where a large number of crowds congregate. Is the government doing something to further promote them? Number one, of course it is. It is deeply concerned about the cultural heritage of Bengal, the cultural melas and festivals that have been happening, and infrastructure of this traditional rural melas has been increasingly being strengthened. Let's talk about Gangasagar. Let's think about Pathor Chapri Mela in Birbhum. Let's think about Poush Mela in Shantiniketan, though it's organized by the Vishwa Bharati. But there is an intense interest in traditional fairs, and government almost always gives its stalls, infrastructure. The concerned district magistrates hold regular meetings, and there is definitely a move to project these traditional melas to the external world. Yes.
So that is the organized fair, Ganga Sagar, Pathor Chapri and others. But I'd like to say, what about the others? For just like fish fair, just like Muri fair, just like crab fair. So it's a small mela for one day, for 1.5 day. So I'm talking about that.
Well, the resources will be spread too thin, but of course there is a general support for all of these. General support. Otherwise, please understand, you can't do any mela without permission from the administration. It is a congregation of people, and infrastructure, fire safety, police safety, everything has to be done. So there is a general sheet of benevolence over all of these, and special focus on a few. Okay.
Thank you. So may I now request Mr. Man Shramani, our Chairman, ICC National Tourism Committee, to kindly hand over a small token of appreciation to all the esteemed panelists. To Mr. Debashish Sen, sir, thank you very much for your gracious presence. We are really honored and privileged. To Mr. Vijay Shrikant, General Manager, Taj Bengal and Area Director, West Bengal. Thank you, Mr. Shrikant. To Ms. Gurleen Kaur, Senior Vice President, Tourism Infrastructure Development Corporation. Thank you, ma'am. To Mr. Vinay Agarwal, Coordinator, Eastern Region, NIMA. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. To Ms. Nidhi Sharma, Executive Director, IEIA. Thank you, ma'am. And to Mr. Pal Chaudhary, Director Services Business, Bamal Lorry and Company Limited. Thank you, Mr. Manshramani. With this, I think we come to the close of the first day's Travel India 2023. And let me just tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that as Honorable MIC has mentioned that he's coming, so I think it will take another 10-15 minutes. He's just finishing a meeting and he'll rush. So in the meantime, I could request you to have some tea, coffee, refresh yourself, and I'm sure I will be in touch and let you know about Honorable MIC's presence. I expect him to be here in the next 15 minutes. And before I conclude, let me tell you that tomorrow we start exactly at 10:30, and we have two very engrossing sessions, one on skills and one on domestic tourism. So I would request all of you to be here by 10:30 a.m. tomorrow for the second day of Travel India 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, just give me 10-15 minutes to find out about Honorable MIC. Please have and enjoy some tea, coffee outside.
Suparna? Suparna?
এই খুলে না
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you to please come in front. Please occupy the front tables. I can see some people sitting at the back. Please come in front. There are tables available. Rohit, Bamal Lorryর স্টলে ওনাদের বল চলে আসতে এখানে. This is just to inform you that Honorable Minister is on his way, should reach in another 5-7 minutes. And we are going to have an exclusive session with him. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are extremely honored, privileged to have Honorable Minister in charge, Department of Tourism, Government of West Bengal with us. And despite his ill health, I think we must really greet him with a large round of applause that he finally made it to travel India. He kept his word and we are extremely proud of you. So, may I request ICC National Expert Committee Chairman, Mr. Man Shramani, to kindly welcome our chief guest with the traditional Uttariyo. Welcome, sir. I think all the stakeholders from the tourism fraternity has been waiting all day. So I will not take much of the time and I will request for your kind address.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, my sincere gratitude and thank you to Indian Chamber of Commerce for making me a part of the get-together, the exchange of ideas, the forum where the biggest players of the travel industry, which is of course one of the biggest industries in the world, employing a large number of people. I mean, I would say that most of them are unaccounted for, the number of people that we really have in this industry. For making me a part of it, And it's my pleasure that I could make it. I am not suffering from any kind of ill health. I'm in absolutely good health. I've just been very truthful in the morning that I couldn't make it at 11 because I've been traveling almost every day for different reasons, because my better half is probably singing. The other half is politics. So anywhere I'm going, traveling in West Bengal, it's, if I go there to light the lamp, I have to sing. If I go there to sing, I have to light the lamp. So I'm buy one, get one free. So yeah, so in the morning, buy one, get one free is something which is you're very accustomed with. So I thought that will be the right term to be used. If you go to Greece, you also get to set your foot in Egypt a little bit, probably, though they're not exactly close by. So I was truthful that I couldn't have made it at 11 in the morning. I came back at 6:30 all the way from Krishnanagar. But I'm very happy that I could at least make it, even if it is a little bit of a bhanga heart. A lot of people have obviously, have ended their days. I thank you so much, Mr. Mukherjee. I thank you so much. I can't see it.
Yeah.
Yes, Miss. Yes, our chairman's up. It's what do I really say about Travel India? It's very embarrassing to give a speech to people who are actually not only, are the pioneers of this field, but also selling the craft and doing it so very well. So I can only say one thing, that I would want to be a little selfish. When I am speaking, it's not just Travel India, it's Travel Bengal. Because I really do feel that, we have a huge scope when it comes to tourism in Bengal. And it is indeed the sweetest part of India, in the literary sense of the term. With the interest and the enthusiasm that we see our Honorable Chief Minister shower on this particular, segment, wherein you can see that almost every destination, every tourist lodge for, tourism department lodges that we have, properties we have in every part of West Bengal are named by her. You can only be, if you're only attached to these properties, and if you really want to do something, to make the department feel that yes, she's there with us. The Honorable Chief Minister is there in whatever the department is trying to do. It just makes things a little more easier. However, I think that after the COVID period, things have really picked up, where the time is probably gone where we can lament that, we are lagging behind. Because as we know, I think this year India and even Bengal has done pretty well. And I would congratulate all of you, all the stakeholders, for really jumping back into this field, because you just can't be selling destinations. You can't be interested to take people to places if you don't have the passion to do it. There is one thing to do a business, the other thing is to have the passion to do it. If you are not a traveler yourself, in some sense of the term, there might be exceptions, but I think that you have to have that passion to not only go to a place, but also take a lot of people and be part of their happiness. Only then probably you could jump into a, adventurous field like traveling. I just feel that, because just passion, just, wanting to be a professional singer doesn't make you a professional singer. If you don't have the passion, you may sing, but you may not get anything in return. You cannot call yourself a professional singer if you're not paid. So obviously you have the passion to be the leading players of the industry. And I, from the Ministry of Tourism, I can tell you that in the days to come, I think you have probably seen a few changes already taking place. It's an arena where it is not about having exclusive packages. It's rather, I would say, it has to be more inclusive, in the sense that when we are talking about West Bengal tourism, it's not only about the tourism properties or destinations that we government have or we hold, not that. We'll have to let people know that what is the private sector doing. And that's why our Honorable Chief Minister and we all feel that participation of the private sector
in PPP mode of, in the PPP mode is very, very important. Because when you talk about, foreign destinations, when you talk about Switzerland, you just don't talk about the, beautiful, maybe the Gothic properties that the government may own, but you also talk about the several beautiful hotel and properties and resorts and, ski destinations that you have. None of them are probably government owned, but they are all destinations that would excite you when you want to go to Switzerland. So similarly, when you're trying to bring tourists to Bengal, it is not only about Ministry of Tourism promoting properties of Ministry of Tourism, but also making all of you part of it, wherein you find a reason, you find the excitement and the enthusiasm to ensure that, I think a lot of you are Bengalis, so you would want people from other states and other parts of the world rather to come to Bengal and see it. This is one, one state where we have everything. We have from the sea level to the highest peak in the world. Everything comes in Bengal. Well, technically, you might say that Everest is seen from Nepal side, but I would say that if you get a clear sky in Darjeeling, there are chances that you can even see it from a flight while you're approaching Bagdogra. So I would encourage all of you to not only, take people from India to abroad, because when I say travel India, it's obviously inclusive of all the travel, tour operators. And in fact, today itself, I signed a file which is to make the tour operators kind of official. Not kind of official, I'm not spelling out the term, but it is a file that I just signed before I left office. It has now gone to Navanna, so it is I'm sure you know what it is about. So we'll spell that out on some other day. But a formalization was long overdue, and it is going to happen. And therefore, it's great. My father, he's 85 years old. So last night he said that he's going to go to Egypt. It's I think a 12-day tour. It's one of the, I don't know, maybe the travel agent could be here, but the tour operator could be here. But he is 85 years, so he want to go there alone, because he's so confident that, the Bengalis, the people that are going to go with him and the tour operator, they're all going to be, feel like family. And he has never traveled alone. My mother passed away 2 years back. So, but now he's feeling that comfort zone by knowing the tour operator and doing that so many times. So once you take people from one place to the another, you also become part of their life, you become part of their excitement. And normally, when you do a good service, people want to travel with that same operator when they go to any part of thing. But while you do your, you carry on with your process of taking people from India to other parts of the world, taking people from Bengal to other parts of India. Like if Kerala can charge 40,000 rupees for a backwater houseboat, why can't we do it in places in Bengal, where we have such such places around Sundarban, beautiful islands, and there are so many Deep Jalejais there, which could excite you. We have a river that traverses from one part of the state to the other. We have so many other rivers which are all beautiful in their own way. So slowly we are getting into all of that. A lot of things have been done, but so much more can be done, and it can only happen when we have people like you bringing people from other parts of India and other parts of the world to Bengal. And when I said that Department of Tourism is not only about taking care of or promoting tourist properties that are owned by the government of West Bengal or the Department of Tourism, I definitely want to give you the assurance that the Tourism Department is going to do everything, whatever it takes rather, to make West Bengal one of the most exciting tourist destinations of the world. And you know that we are there up there in the list when it comes to food, when it comes to having the UNESCO's intangible heritage tag for Durga Puja. I don't think that a carnival like Durga Puja
is something that happens in any part of India. I don't think that there are festivals like Tomatino and, the Carnival del Rio, but they're very different. The essence of them are very different. This is absolutely divine. And not only divine, but also different different kinds of handicrafts and different kinds of artistry. They all get intermingled along with the divinity that is there in the air. So we are trying to make some packages where we want all of you to be inclusive of that. And therefore, places that I'm traveling, not only in a centralized manner, but when going to Jalpaiguri or maybe going to southern part of Bengal, tour operators who operate from there, I'm trying to meet them and trying to, it's not long that I'm here in this ministry, but trying to meet them and finding out what can actually facilitate, their interest in bringing tourists from out of India to Bengal, and why, why it would be a more, everything works on incentives in the world. So if you earn more, if taking a person from Bhawanipur to Kerala yields you more profit, then why would you bring the person from Kerala to Bhawanipur? It's as simple as that. It's simple mathematics. So we are trying to make that interesting. And I would love to have, since, Indian Chamber of Commerce needs no introduction. You are doing great work. Like MICE is a segment where a lot can be done in West Bengal. We have a few very good destinations, but there are government properties where we can also do it. So do it once you bring. Why does a destination wedding, why does it need to be in Bangkok? One of the reasons could be that the flight ticket is almost probably cheaper than going to Bombay. That's one of the reasons. But I think that there are several parts in Bengal where you can really have not only destination weddings, but MICE tourism, as we say. And, like as you have mentioned, skilling. Yes, we have skilled a lot of guides who can take people to places and also can give them a history. Like today, before coming in the afternoon, I had a meeting with our Honorable MIC for education, Shri Bratto Boshu. And in one of the agenda of the meeting was, when you take people to different parts of Bengal, say Hajar Duari or anywhere to different places, you will find things written in Persian. Things are written in Persian. Now, you cannot really understand what is written there. What is the history? Even in tombs in Kolkata, which are made by the British, even in them you find, inscriptions in Persian. So why is it there? What is the implication of that? What does it actually say? So we have, from the tourism department, we have just funded a project where, all these Persian things and, that has been written in different archaeological places, in different mandirs and other places in all part of West Bengal. They are going to have a QR code where you just see that writing, you take your phone and you get to know about the place. That why is that written there and what is the implication, historical, or anything else. So that's something that happened today afternoon in the meeting. And later on, as I said, I signed that file. So it's a good day, I would say. I am feeling perfectly well. It's just that I'm not slept, feeling very parched, very drained. But then after this, I'll also have to run to NASCOM and then take a train at 11 o'clock to go to Dinhata tomorrow to light a lamp to inaugurate a festival. But then, buy one, you get the one free. So I have to sing for about an hour and a half. So that is happening absolutely continuously for so many days. So in the tourist, while you do this tourist functions and everything there, I'm not going to be available there to sing. But in every other way, I can tell you that because all of you are Bengali, we do have a lot of bureaucrats in my ministry. But I don't like the word bureau before being in the part of bureaucrat. It's a bad joke, but I think it's a joke is a very serious thing, as Charlie Chaplin has said. So I was just telling that why would I call you bureaucrat? You do the job maybe 15 days in advance than the time frame that we have fixed. I think everything should happen with the time frame. So why would I call you a bureaucrat? I call you a young crat. Please get it done in 15 days before time, and we'll love that. Because and that's exactly what the essence in what the mindset in tourism department is. My secretary, Soumitra Mohan, he gets up at 3:30 in the night or 3 o'clock in the night. I go to sleep at 3:34. So
When he messages me at that point of time, he says good morning, I say good night. So this is one ministry which is functioning 24 hours a day. So, but definitely on a serious note, things can be much better. I think that when I was in Delhi, there were several times that I had taken, representatives from the arena of tourism, different kinds of stakeholders. So you can take it. That's also part of being a guide. You see, skilled guide. They stopped actually. So if you actually see, then in our ministry, a lot can be done. Like as I said, when I was in Delhi, GST in certain things are very high. So since the tourism industry was hit, I think in the worst possible manner. So therefore, probably this is one industry where incentives can be given. And thanks to our Honorable Chief Minister, a lot of incentives are being given in the field, like, homestay. That is something which is really picked up. Last year, we had about 750 homestays. This year, it is close to, as I speak to you, it's about 1,963. And we are giving a subsidy of 1 lakh per year to all those homestays. So we are doing everything that we can within our limits, but we really want your patronage. We want your help to ensure that people who you are taking to Kerala can also be taken to Darjeeling, and can be taken to the Duars, can be taken to the, Sundarban, could be taken. We are trying to, it is in the making. We'll have a nice tourist lodge in Ganga Sagar, but there are other properties as well. Take people to Ganga Sagar. Once you take people to Ganga Sagar, it is not about whether it is the government tourist plot lodge which is earning. Once you take people to Ganga Sagar, once private properties fill up, it is only going to add to the GDP. It's going to add to the finances and the prosperity of this industry. So that's all that I aspire for. I have nice black and white written speeches given to me by my young crats, rather not bureaucrats. But I don't like reading out from pieces of paper. I spoke what I have in my heart, what aspirations I have for you, and I would love to. I get to meet him pretty often, but I would love to know what really transpired during this meeting. What are the bright ideas that you have shared amongst themselves, in which we could be a part? And most importantly, what are your aspirations in terms of what exactly the government can do? Everything cannot be done, but I'm very sure that if, some people try a few things over a period of time, a lot of things can be done. So all cannot be done, but I'm sure if I get an email or a document which lists what your aspirations are, then surely we'll address them. Because trust me, even our Honorable CM, as she says, and we all agree, that the government really has no business to be in business. So we would love to have more players come into this, help us with making West Bengal a really, really exciting place in the years to come. And it has the potential to be so. It's not gada ke pitiye ghoda korar kotha bola hocche na. We have a horse which is in the stable. But we have to make it moving. It cannot be, stable in one place. It has to be moving, and I think all of you can help us in that. So I once again thank you for making me part of this evening. I apologize for not coming at the time that I was given, but I also am very happy that I could come, and because honestly, I really wanted to come and be here for 10-15 minutes because it was important to have a representative from the government of West Bengal, given the fact that we from the government are so eager to make West Bengal an exciting destination. So that's all that I really want to say. I'm sure you had a great day, and I would love to know the enlightening discussions and aspirations that you have, and we will take it from there. Feel free to meet me or have a delegation with your aspirations, give some voice to it. My office is not that far, and he knows that I'm pretty much reachable.
I would love to know more from you and to ensure that, travel tour operators from Bengal, they prosper in a manner where we can all say that indeed, in terms of commercials and in terms of beauty and what nature can offer, it is indeed the sweetest part of India. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think Honorable MIC is very kind enough to accept 1 or 2 questions from the audience in case you have any. Maybe just 2 questions is what we can take. So I see one hand there. And is there any other hand which I can see? Okay. Fine. So we'll take these 2 questions. You need to introduce yourself and please be brief about the question. Thank you.
I need your hand in promoting West Bengal tourism. If you don't pick up your hands, it's going to be easier because I don't know whether the question is going to be within from my syllabus or not. So yes, please.
Hi, sir. This is Shubham. I'm from Interside. It's a company based on Kerala, basically. My question is that, sir, it's a totally different kind of question. Not, I'm just asking, post-COVID, what we are facing that lots of young people, they are not interested for studying tourism or like that, because we are feeling like there is very less number of staffs. That always there is a crisis that we are feeling nowadays post-COVID. So what government is thinking about it?
Government is thinking about making West Bengal the most exciting destination in India. So why Kerala? Come to Bengal.
No, I am ready to come, sir.
Kerala, once again.
I am ready to come.
Kerala is overpriced. Most of the food that you get there, it is based on coconut. I have nothing against coconut, but it's basically cooked in coconut oil. You come to Bengal, you'll get all kinds of food, all kinds of this thing. It'll make you healthier, happier, merrier. So next time when you ask a question, I want to hear that I'm a tour operator who operates out of Bengal and bring people from Kerala to Bengal.
Sir, so we are doing that only.
Slowly, see, your industry do not need people to come in. They come in their own. Look how many startups are doing so very well.
Correct.
So people come in on their own. But if you bring in people from Kerala to India,
yes,
more people will be interested.
So there are a lot of people are coming.
That's very good. As long as people are coming, I am very good. I'm
Thank
very
you.
happy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes. We will support you with the manpower. Just you bring man from Mang and woman.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Bring man and woman from Kerala. We will help you with the manpower.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The last question from gentleman on the left.
No. I see one more hand. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Hello. Sir, this is Partho Chatterjee from Travel Trade Journal. Actually, I'm from the newspaper industry, and Travel Trade Journal basically operating across India as well as outside India also. We have monthly magazines as well as we are also doing Trab Mart events across India. My question is that Honorable CM Mamata Banerjee Didi already done a fantastic thing about the carnival, and that also recognized by the government of that is UNESCO. So my question is that how this thing we are going for the new people from the outside India, that is mainly from the Europe, because already UNESCO they have given this this recognition. So how you think this thing so that we can get the travelers from outside India?
No, that's very simple. You see, the pictures of the carnival, it's today the world is at your hand. It's just one click. So, so it's just last year during the carnival, there were a lot of representatives from UNESCO who had traveled to Kolkata during that period. Not only were they present during the carnival, but they also moved around in Kolkata during the Durga Puja festival.
So we do have a lot of foreign tourists coming during that time. But as I said, the possibilities of Bengal in terms of a tourism hub, it is infinite actually. Now, you know, if I talk about you individually, you say you run a magazine which is pan India. So why don't you write about an article about the carnival? Why don't you put it on? I'm sure you'll be having my e-version. So if you write about it, you know, it's all word to mouth. Word to mouth. You see, Shah Rukh Khan is not promoting Pathan that way for controversies. He's not facing the media, but it's word to mouth which is making it so popular. So I think you can do the same thing. So write about it, talk about it, share it with your friends. We can make 100 packages, you know, from the government side. But I think it is more important for private operators to make those packages and bring people from those countries to the countries where you have taken people for Bengal. So give something back. If you have taken people from Bengal to Kerala, bring people from Kerala to India, to Bengal. That's what it is. It's as simple as that. So promote it in your own manner. Yes.
Thank you.
Bolun.
আমি নিবেদিতা রায়, আমি একজন স্কুল শিক্ষিকা, টাকি হাউস বয়েজ শিয়ালদা ওখানকার। তো আমি ট্রাভেল ইন্ডাস্ট্রিজের সঙ্গে যুক্ত আমার হাজবেন্ডের সঙ্গে। আমি এই মোটামুটি 22-23 বছর ধরে শিক্ষকতা করছি। সেখানে দেখেছি স্কুলের বাচ্চারা ওরা কিন্তু খুব ট্যুরিজমে আগ্রহী, কিন্তু আমাদের স্কুল সিলেবাসে কোথাও কিন্তু একটা কম্পালসারি এক্সকারশন এই ব্যাপারটা নেই। যদি এটা আমরা অ্যাড করতে পারি, মানে আপনার তো মাননীয় ব্রাত্য বসুর সঙ্গে কথা হয়েছে, যদি এই ব্যাপারটা আপনি একটু ডিসকাস করেন যে আমাদের সিলেবাসে যদি এটা ইনক্লুসিভ হয়, তাহলে ওদের একটা অ্যাওয়ারনেসও ক্রিয়েট হবে বিভিন্ন জায়গা সম্পর্কে, আর ট্যুরিজম ইন্ডাস্ট্রিও একটু বুস্ট আপ হবে। এটাই আমার
It's a fantastic proposal, actually. You really deserve an applause for it. It's a fantastic proposal. In fact, I will immediately make a note of it. It is not about not only about including tourism in the syllabus. It's what we can do. আমরা কি করতে পারি যে যদি বিভিন্ন স্কুল থেকে আমরা বাচ্চাদেরকে বিভিন্ন ডেস্টিনেশনে নিয়ে যেতে পারি, সেক্ষেত্রে যদি বাচ্চারা যায় তাহলে আমরা কি তাদের ডিসকাউন্ট দিতে পারি? আমরা কি বাচ্চাদের জন্য 50% অফ করতে পারি? যদি সিনিয়র সিটিজেনরা ট্রেনে পেতে পারে, বাচ্চারাও যেরকম পায়, তেমনি এক্ষেত্রে করা যেতে পারে কি? ইটস এ ভেরি গুড প্রপোজাল। আই surely make a note of it. I'm sure Pushpen and Norbu, both my very competent officers, they are with me. So they will write it down. It's a great proposal. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes, please.
Bolun.
First of all, many congratulations, sir, and really impressive speech that you spoke right now. And it's really good to see the commitment that, like, despite all your travel schedules, you are here for the industry. So congratulations for that. I am Nidhi Sharma, representing Indian Exhibition Industry Association. This is the national body for exhibitions in India. We see a lot of trade fairs happening in the northern and western regions of the country, but we have a smaller chunk here. So we want to promote exhibitions here because during the sessions also we were discussing that, like, there's a huge potential. We just need to identify the topics and the sectors, because exhibitions as part of MICE industry, they not only catalyze the tourism industry, but also all the other sectors on which, you know, these exhibitions are held. So we would like to meet you, take your support and encourage and promote this word across our stakeholders from the entire country, that how West Bengal government is supporting exhibitions. You have the right infrastructure, but we just want to bring more shows here. Okay.
Yeah, that's, I thank you for your endeavor in understanding that the potential that West Bengal has. And I would be more than happy to sit with you, with your association in office to discuss. Yes, we have a lot of destinations in Bengal, but many of them are unexplored. You know, given the fact that the cost of living index, how much you spend when you travel in Bengal and how much you would spend if you travel in some other part of, maybe you go to Bangalore or Bombay, they're going to be much more, higher in cost in terms of, especially when you're taking 50, 100, 200 people with you. So yes, I'm sure that if you're working on that, MICE exactly is not, it need not essentially be associated only with tourism. MICE is something where you can have IT conclaves, you can have conclaves on, on MSME. And as they come to Bengal, they not only help the tourism industry, not only, do that, but at the same time, they also create interest about Bengal in different kinds of entrepreneur circles. So yes, it's an important thing. I would request you to take my office numbers, and
Sure, sir.
I'll be more than happy. But we'll do it in the second week of February, because till then I'm a little tied up with a few things.
Sure,
Second
sir.
week of February, please contact my office. I'll
Yeah.
be more than happy to meet you and understand.
Thank you so much. And I
Thank
think we'll collectively with ICC take it ahead. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And
I'm Professor Shwapna Bhattacharya from Calcutta University, retired, 33 years taught. I just congratulate you on one thing. I'm an old friend of ICC on this lost Indo-Persian world. This is a very important point, and I am very happy to share that it is Parbati Charan Bhattacharya, Parashya Sahitya Parikrama. It's my uncle, my own uncle, who taught at Rabindra Bharati. And these books should be perhaps republished. And I, for myself, taught South and Southeast Asian study, honored by CM. And I'm very happy to be part of this, and congratulations. And it is my request to bring back this Indo-Persian world. This was very important.
আপনি একটা চিঠি লিখে পাঠান,
Okay, thank you.
আমরা শিক্ষা দপ্তরের সঙ্গে কথা বলবো। Can we take one question? নিন।
Yeah. Can we have the mic at the end?
Yes, please.
আমি প্রশান্ত মাঝি, আমার কোম্পানির নাম অঙ্কুর ট্যুর অ্যান্ড ট্রাভেলস প্রাইভেট লিমিটেড। আমরা ডোমেস্টিক ট্যুরের করে থাকি। মিনিস্ট্রি অফ ট্যুরিজমের সঙ্গে সঙ্গে আমাদের ডিপার্টমেন্ট ট্যুরিজম এবং ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল ট্যুরিজমের যে AMA আছে, আমরা তারও অথরাইজড। আমরা বেশ কিছুদিন ধরে দেখছি যে বাইরে যে আমরা বিভিন্ন জায়গার যে ট্যুরিজম ফেয়ার গুলো হয়, আমরা সেগুলো অ্যাটেন্ড করি। বাইরের কলকাতা তো করি, অনেক দিন ধরেই আমাদের ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল ট্যুরিজম অ্যাকচুয়ালি বাইরের স্টেট গুলোতে না যাওয়াতে আমরা কিন্তু অনেকটা পিছিয়ে পড়ছি। তো সেই জায়গাটা যদি আপনি একটু দেখেন যে বেঙ্গলের যারা অপারেটর আছে, তারা বাইরে গিয়ে বেঙ্গলের জন্য আমরা আমাদের দিক থেকে প্রাইভেটলি খুব চেষ্টা করছি এবং আনছিও। মানে কামিং ডেজে কিছু বাইরের MP বা মহারাষ্ট্র, তাদের টুরিস্টও কিন্তু আমাদের এখানে আমরা আনছি। এবং পোল্যান্ডের অলরেডি একটা গ্রুপ আমি করেছি, আবার 21 থেকে 23 আর একটা গ্রুপও ঢুকছে। তো আমাদের যদি এই জায়গাটা একটু ব্যবস্থা করে দেন যে বাইরের যে ফেয়ার গুলো হয়, সেখানে আমরা ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল ট্যুরিজমের স্টলে বসতে পারি।
দেখুন, আপনি যেটা বলছেন সেটা আমরা যেমন, আমি নিজে জানি ওই ফাইলটাতে কতগুলো ন্যাশনাল লেভেলে, কতগুলো ন্যাশনাল লেভেলে কত এরকম এক্সিবিশন হয়, বিভিন্ন জায়গায় হয়, বিভিন্ন থ্রু আউট দ্য কান্ট্রি, বিভিন্ন সিটিতে হয়, আলাদা আলাদা অর্গানাইজেশন করে। এবং তার মধ্যে থেকে আমার নিজের মনে আছে যে এবছরের জন্য বোধহয় আমরা 18টা না 21টা এরকম ডেস্টিনেশন আমরা বেঁচেছিলাম। এখন এই প্রত্যেকটা যে ফেয়ার হয়, সেখানে আপনারা জানেন যে প্রত্যেকটা স্টল যেটা হয়, সেই স্টলগুলো পার্টিকুলার রাজ্য সরকারকে নিতে হয় এবং আমাদেরকে ডিপার্টমেন্ট অফ ট্যুরিজম থেকে নিতে হয়। সেই স্টলগুলো বিরাট হিউজ কিছু হয় না, গিভেন দি নাম্বার অফ ট্যুর অপারেটরস দ্যাট উই হ্যাভ হিয়ার। তো সেখানে আমরা গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল থেকে, ডিপার্টমেন্ট অফ ট্যুরিজম থেকে আমরা একটা প্যাভিলিয়ন করার চেষ্টা করছি, যেখানে ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল ট্যুরিজম প্যাভিলিয়ন যদি আমরা সেটাকে বলি, যেটা মাথায় আছে, যেটা নিয়ে আমরা কাজ করছি, সেটাতে ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গলের বিভিন্ন যে ভালো ভালো দ্রষ্টব্য যে জায়গাগুলো আছে সেগুলো দেখানো হবে। এবারে ওই যে রিপ্রেজেন্টেশনটা আমরা গভর্নমেন্ট থেকে করছি, সেটা যদি আপনারা যদি আপনারা চান আমরা আপনাদের সঙ্গে শেয়ার করব, এবং সেইটা আপনারা যখন প্রমোট করবেন আপনারা ওইটাও অ্যাড করুন। কারণ সবাই যে এসে 5 স্টার হোটেলে থাকতে চায় তা তো নয়, তারা হলিডে হোম, টুরিস্ট লজ এরকমও চায়। তো আপনার যে লোক যারা মানে ট্রাভেলার যারা বাইরে থেকে আসছে তাদেরকে মানে এই গভর্নমেন্টের যে এন্ডেভার গুলো আছে তার সঙ্গেও ইনক্লুড করুন। অ্যাট দ্য সেম টাইম আপনি যেগুলো আপনার প্রাইভেট অর্গানাইজেশন আছে সেগুলোকে তো আপনি নিয়ে আসছেনই। কেউ 5 স্টারে থাকছে, কেউ 3 স্টারে থাকছে, কেউ অন্য কোনো বিখ্যাত কোনো রিসর্টে যাচ্ছে, সেটা তো আছেই তার সাথে সাথে। কিন্তু এই অর্গানাইজেশন গুলোতে প্রত্যেকটা স্টল স্কোয়ার ফিটের হিসেবে ভাড়া দেওয়া হয়। যদি ওতে আমরা সমস্ত ট্যুর অপারেটর, আমি একদম স্পষ্ট কথাই বলছি, আপনার প্রপোজালটা ভেবে দেখবো, এইগুলো ঠিক আমি বলতে ভালোবাসি না। তো আপনার যদি ধরুন কলকাতা থেকে আমরা 50টা 60টা অন্তত মানে লিডিং টুরিস্ট অপারেটর আছে, এই এক একটা জায়গায় বোম্বে, হায়দ্রাবাদে যদি স্কোয়ার ফুট হিসেবে আমরা এরকম 50-60 জনকে বসার যদি সরকার থেকে ব্যবস্থা করি, তাহলে আমার চাকরিটাই চলে যাবে। ডিপার্টমেন্ট অফ ট্যুরিজমটা আর মানে মানে চালানো মুশকিল হয়ে যাবে। তো এটা খুব একটা প্র্যাকটিক্যাল আইডিয়া নয়, যে বরঞ্চ যেটা আমরা ট্যুরিজম প্ল্যাটফর্ম যেটা চালাই, যেখানে আমরা করি, সেখানে আপনারা আমাদের হেল্প করতে পারেন। আপনারা যদি বলেন যে দেখুন এই জায়গাগুলো প্রাইভেট, যেটা আমি আগেই বললাম, ইট ইজ ভেরি ইম্পর্টেন্ট ফর দ্য প্রাইভেট প্রপার্টিজ টু অলসো বি ইনক্লুসিভ of West Bengal tourism. It's not only about what the government is doing. গভর্নমেন্ট সবকিছু করতে পারবেও না। সেই জন্য আপনারা, যেমন আপনি মাইস নিয়ে বললেন, আপনি যদি আমাকে 4টে প্রপার্টি দেন, যে এই 4টে প্রপার্টি আমি ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গলে খুব প্রমিসিং দেখছি, 4টে প্রপার্টি গভর্নমেন্টের হতে হবে তার কোনো মানে নেই। কিন্তু আসল ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে বাইরে থেকে লোককে বেঙ্গলে নিয়ে আসা। দ্যাটস হোয়াট ইট ইজ। যদি একজন এক্সিকিউটিভ ঘুরে যায়, তাহলে পরের বার সে হয়তো তার ফ্যামিলিকে নিয়ে আসতে চাইতে হতে পারে। সে আগের বার পেড হলিডেতে এসছে বলে 5 স্টারে থেকেছে, যখন ফ্যামিলিকে নিয়ে আসবে হয়তো আমাদের ট্যুরিজম লজে থাকতে পারে। These are, I'm talking about in very মানে বাংলায় যাকে বলে একদম সোজা ভাষায় বলতে গেলে দিস ইজ হোয়াট ইট ইজ। তো সেই জন্য আপনাদের এই বিভিন্ন প্যাভিলিয়ন নিয়ে দেওয়াটা আমাদের পক্ষে সত্যিই সম্ভব না, কমার্শিয়ালি সম্ভব না। বরঞ্চ আমি বলবো উল্টোটা করুন, আপনাদের যে ডেস্টিনেশন গুলো আছে যেগুলো বেঙ্গল আপনারা প্রমোট করতে চান, সেইগুলো আমাদের দিন, আমরা আমাদের প্যাভিলিয়নেতে সেগুলো ইনকর্পোরেট করতে পারবো। I think that's what it is. Thank you so much. I have another. I have to go to NASSCOM thing right now. So
a small token of appreciation from ICC.
Yes, sir. Calcutta has emerged in the last few years as a big convention center. There are so many convention centers which has come up in the city. The only thing what she is saying that we need to promote and we need to bring in more conference organizers to Calcutta. Maybe what she has requested, we can come and meet you and give you a proposal kind of a thing, how.
We'll do it together.
Yeah, we'll do it together in that.
And all that we want is during the 2 day, we will prepare.
We'll prepare a report and then we'll share with you also.
thank you. Sir, I already all my steps, what I have covered till date. Your office.